the gallery there. We've got a few people, so just in case you don't know, you need to go to the bathroom out that door on your right. If we need to get out of here in an emergency, use the stairs, not the elevator, and we go just out that way past the toilet. Cool. And just a reminder that these proceedings are being recorded for the purpose of live video, so it's both live streaming and for downloading. So by remaining in this meeting, you are consenting to being filmed and viewed by the public. Right, so I've got an apology from Councillor Byers. We have Councillor Graney and Councillor Menzies, I think, online. Are there any further apologies? There being none, would someone like to move those apologies? Thank you, Councillor Spraggan, Councillor Boper. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Anyone against? That is carried. Do we have any further leave absences? No. Are there any items on the agenda today that anyone has a conflict with? So we do have a late attachment today, which is attachment B for agenda item 8.1, local government reorganisation head start proposal. The reason that this attachment was late is that the information was not finalised when the agenda was compiled. The consideration of the attachment cannot wait until a subsequent meeting because we are required to submit the head start by the 9th of August. So I'll move from the chair that we accept that late item, seconded by Councillor Boper. Any discussion on that? Put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Anyone against? That is carried. Right, so we have our minutes from our council meeting from the 1st of July. I'm happy to move those minutes. Councillor Boper, seconded by Councillor Keast. Any discussion on those at all? Put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Anyone against? That is carried. Right, so our public participation today, we're going to have two speakers, but late last night the second speaker has pulled out, so we've just got the one group, and we've got Peter Hargis and Mark Copeland, and I believe, to come address the meeting regarding local government amalgamation, and specifically the Gore and Southland district. So if you want to come up to the table, you come in, come up to the end there if you like, and the session will go for 10 minutes, and that will include some questions for clarification from might be your first, is it your first time in SBC?
Yes, it is actually. Yes.
Cool. Yeah. Welcome along.
This is the petition. We'll pass around. You guys can have a wee quiz. Is it? Yeah. First of all, thank you, Mayor and Councillors, for allowing us to come here and speak to you guys today. Much appreciated. The first reason for the petition was because we were concerned that the Gore District Council survey of citizens' views about local government amalgamation options was poorly designed and open to exploitation. The second, it was to provide a vehicle for Gore residents and ratepayers to express their opposition to be absorbed into the one Southland single unitary Invercargill City Council, and also to urge Gore District Council to pursue union with Southland District. The message to be sent was to be sent to the Gore District Council. Gore District Councillor Stuart McDowell, carried out his own survey with the 100 or so local Gore numbers held within his cell phone. His results confirmed our results. There may be a dozen outside addresses in this petition. These people had property in Gore and were Gore ratepayers. So they could have been on the Southland. They were on the Southland District boundary. So without further ado, I'll let Peter read our speech. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Rob. Councillors, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the opportunity to reprise yesterday's effort, and you'll hear it as the Gore District heard. To the Mayor and Councillors, on behalf of the Gore Rate Reform Group and other concerned Gore District residents, we present this petition, which has been signed by approximately 1,057 residents and ratepayers of the Gore District. We had another page turned up late, so our number is more like 1,100 residents of Gore. The petition asks Gore Council to oppose any proposal that would merge Gore District into a single Southland council structure with Invercargill City Council, but to instead support a two-council model for Southland, with Gore District and Southland District working together in a rural-focused structure that protects Gore's local voice, local decision-making and fair representation. We believe Gore should continue to have governance arrangements that reflect the needs and identity of Gore, Mataura and the wider district under a two-council model. Many of those who signed the petition had previously been unaware of the full implications of the proposed changes. The strong response in a short period of time shows that a significant number of local people are concerned about the risk of losing local voice and fair representation. This petition ran for only a couple of weeks, run by a group of people with limited resources, short of time, at a busy and difficult time of the year. It is interesting to note that at our unmanned petition station, many times members of the public took home unsigned petition pages and returned them later, signed by family and friends. Over 50% of the petition was acquired this way. There were no strong-arm tactics used there. This was a most unexpected and gratifying outcome. There appears to be a lot of commentary about the so-called silent majority as a basis to dismiss this petition. We should not rely on transparent participation rather than unverified assumptions that we should rely on. We cannot, for example, assume that those that didn't sign were therefore opposed to the petition. Decisions must be based on visible, accountable input rather than imaginary consensus. Further, not one person has attempted to launch any petition in Gore District supporting any engagement at all with Invercargill. Invercargill, having a population of 58,000 versus Southland and Gore districts totalling 44,000, will ensure that rural Southland, town and country, will enjoy the subservient minority role in any single unitary authority. Do not forget that Invercargill is projected to grow faster than rural Southland, thereby increasing the city majority even further. It was interesting to note the Southland Times article of July 28. Mayor Tom Campbell announced an ambitious series of capital investment proposals for the coming decade, $270 million in total. Invercargill City has a rateable value of $16.7 billion, and Southland District and Gore District combined have a rateable value of $34.2 billion, more than twice the value of Invercargill. This is a surefire invitation to rape and pillage Gore and Southland districts. Our advice to our community and councillors is to be wary of proposals involving Trojan horses and wolves in sheep's clothing. When today's promises are broken in the future, the saying will be, that was then, this is now. It was interesting to note that the decision to pursue the Head Start was not a unanimous decision at Invercargill City Council. Out of 12 councillors, only 8 turned up. Of those 8, 3 voted against. The Local Government Commission stated that all financial modelling of proposed amalgamation scenarios must be performed by an outside independent qualified peer reviewer approved by a Local Government Commission. For this reason, the Environment Southland in-house modelling is irrelevant. At a stakeholder meeting with the Commission 2 days ago, the Commission confirmed that Martin Jenkins have proceeded to perform financial modelling on both options. So why did we start the petition? The petition was launched because we value our rural communities of interest, both town and country. We don't want to see our rural communities become a minority dominated by a city majority. Some things are not for sale. The rural community of interest, the independence, is just too valuable to throw away. Going forward with Southland District enables Gore to become the largest and leading town within the new Gore Southland District. The Local Government Commission stated that Southland District had one of the best community board models in New Zealand. Integrating Gore and Mataura would be a win-win for all. The Southland District model can be observed in real time. The Invercargill proposal is purely speculative. The local board system Invercargill proposes would cost millions of dollars to run compared to community boards. The Invercargill proposal lacks clarity on providing a democratic split. The Gore and Southland district have a strong rural community of interest that understands rural interests, rural issues. Invercargill City has a city community of interest that understands city issues. Forcing the two together has the potential to create friction, divisiveness and resentment for years to come. The 1,057 people that signed this petition clearly show their desire and passion for a rural-based unitary authority for Gore and Southland districts without city interference. The council's own survey wholeheartedly supported this. What you think of Mark and I doesn't matter. Each councillor around the table needs to listen to the voice of the community, which has given you a clear message of what you need to do. We respectfully request that the petition be formally received, tabled and given careful consideration by council as part of its deliberation on the future structure of local government in New Zealand. In Southland, sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. I will open the floor for questions. Has anyone got any questions? That was a very good. Sorry, did you have a question?
It's not a question, just those capital value figures are telling.
It's interesting because it also mirrors the actual infrastructure that the councils have as well, like with our 2.something billion as opposed to Invercargill's just under 1 billion. So it kind of mirrors the actual infrastructure that we will have to. So, Councillor Dobson.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. I appreciate the time and effort that you guys have put into this off your own back. I think there's two things I noted of what you've spoken about the survey, the consultation that was put out, being, like you said, open to exploitation. And I think you're probably right there. However, the results that came back were correct. And I think that if there was a simple two option in there, they might have been even more telling, although we can never guarantee that. I'm just wondering, in regards to what, I guess, a structure for and around that, what do you see in there? Is it a local board, a community board, 2 or 3 community boards? What do you see there?
We'll just divvied up like the south. You've got what in Southland when you've divided up on your population, haven't you? Basically, so it's just you've just got to really push the buttons on the calculator. It's the fairest way democratically. Yeah,
Oh, I think to use the share analogy, pari passu is the word. Everyone's should have the same rights, and I think the local community should be consulted on how they arrange their local community board. I think the Southland District Community Board model is wonderful myself. Ideal for Gore and Mataura. Mataura are a bit suspicious of community boards because of the way they've been treated.
Yeah.
But they need to investigate and get informed about it.
Yeah, I think I've said this before. I think that the beauty of our Southland District Community Boards is that they're empowered and enabled.
Yes.
And I think that any move into what amalgamation might look like is to ensure that those, whether it's a community board or a local board, that they are empowered and enabled. So, no, thank you very much for your time.
The local boards could end up like if they scattered these local boards. They talk about the cost of running them. It's a massive amount of money to run those. So, and we're trying to look at the pennies too, aren't we? We don't want to be. Yeah.
Yep.
Cool. Well, thank you very much. I'll take one more question. We are out of time on the 10 minutes. But
thanks for coming, guys, and thanks for preparing the petition. It is local voice and the system working. The financial modelling you mentioned, the Martin Jenkins independent that's been commissioned by the LGC, with that on the cards coming out, would you support the independent process of the Local Government Commission? If this Head Start opportunity didn't exist as it was and we were just continuing through the process Southland was already under, would you be comfortable with the Local Government Commission process of independently forming a model for Southland and then taking that to a referendum to the people of Gore, Invercargill and Southland to vote on?
Well, I suppose it's going to come down to the point that Invercargill's got the lion's share of people, and it is dangerous that they could overpower us in that vote.
The numbers from within the Invercargill city of support towards single or double still seems not very clear. And if we're considering within the district that there may not be a mandate to go with one option or the other, is the best option to continue forward with an independent modelling, keeping the agency politics out of it, I guess, and then actually seeing an independent model for the community to discuss at that time, and in which case, what opportunities of the Head Start should be utilised. It is a negotiation piece with the government, so what, outside of the local government commission process, if we were to continue with Head Start, what specific requests could we make from government to make it a better outcome for Southland? One example would be community boards and local boards. There's discussion. Can there be a mix of community boards and local boards? Is potentially that something we could ask for government to create special legislation for? That could allow local boards for places like Gore and surrounds and allow community boards where they see fit to continue? Or do you think just keep with the rules the way they are, but put the proposal in for the format that's been proposed?
For me, that's a fairly heavy technical question. I'm not an expert, but overall, I want the solution to be sensible, simple, and easy to understand. And I think the other issue is to maintain the rural community of interest. For me, the rural community of interest, for me personally, is the paramount thing. Dollar is just a wee bit below that, but I want to see the rural community of interest. That's paramount for me. Once you've lost that, we get blended with other outfits, and that would worry me for the long term. Yeah.
One thing that really concerned me was the commission. The goalposts were being changed all the time, which really concerned me. Like, we started off that first meeting, they're talking, there'll be eight local boards for Invercargill and 8 for the Southland District Council. And then next thing it's, there might only be 4 in Invercargill and 4 out in the rural, and then 8 in Invercargill. There's never been anything to say that it was going to be a fair democratic situation. They've never come out with anything firm, have they? And that's dangerous. How do we make a decision with
Little information.
Yeah. Thank you very much, gentlemen. It takes a lot of time to actually organise all of that, and you touched on the point that you're kind of under-resourced and you've done a significant amount of work in a very short amount of time, and it's great that you've, I think, aided democracy in this process. So thank you very much for that. And I'm going to move from the chair that we receive the petition of the Gore Rates Reform Group presented by Peter Hargest and Mark Copeland. Do I have a seconder? Councillor O'Brien. Any further discussion on that? Cool. I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Anyone against? That's carried. And I do have a copy of the petition on my desk that we can keep, so you guys can have your copy back. But thank you for handing that over to me. And thank you very much for coming along and presenting. Welcome to Southland.
Thank you, Ron. Thank you for the opportunity.
We didn't toll you any way through. Right, catching up to where we are, which is our first report on the agenda, which is a local government reorganisation Head Start proposal. So quite following that public participation. And this is on page 11 of your agenda. And I'll welcome Anna and Vibhuti to the table. And just a reminder as well that the attachment, which is the late item, which is on the hub as well, so attachment B. Thank you, Vibhuti.
Councillors. I just want to introduce the report, Your Worship, just more overarchingly. So the report in front of you is on the matter of deciding whether or not you want to put in a Head Start proposal. And if you do, then you conditions. questions or anything specific that you want to do or not. So really that's the matter in front of you. The report lays out what process we've followed so far, what information we've gathered, and it talks about the options that are in front of you, the advantages, disadvantages of the options, and any other considerations around significance, financial and the likes. So I won't add any more to the opening, Your Worship. I'll hand it back to you, and Anna and I are happy to take questions. Anna's worked on the detail of the draft proposal that is there in front of you. Just what I want to add is, I know you haven't decided to put in a proposal, but we wanted you to have the draft so you had a good idea of what could go in, and it's based on all of the considerations I've mentioned and your discussions previously. Thank you, Worship.
Thank you. And I just want to start by acknowledging the work that the two of you have put into this draft proposal. It's been such a moving feast from May through to now, and you can go back even 2 years, and we had our independent LGC process running on its trajectory, and then this coming along, and the head start has changed so much since May when it was first introduced, and the agility for the two of you having to work amongst the BAU and kind of navigate this as well. So recognising that it was a late item on the agenda, but totally appreciating the fact that you were working on it right through till Monday evening. So yeah, firstly, thank you for that. And I think looking at where we are now in this process with the, and I mentioned it at Gore yesterday, that kind of the Head Start has forced all councils in the country, but if I focus just on the councils in Southland, into a pseudo form of consultation again, and it's familiar with our Three Waters consultation too, so we haven't been able to follow a typical consultation project for a significant decision, which this definitely is because we're changing the structure of local government. But we have heard from our respective communities differing amounts. A petition in a neighbouring council with a very strong preference for this. If you look at the 372 responses that Gore got, was 61% in favour of the two council proposals, 72% of ours, and we've kind of been sense checking all the way through from when we first launched this with our community and various kind of engagement sessions, but also talking through our community boards. That kind of outreach that we get through our 69 elected members is quite beneficial in terms of gaining, I guess, reading the room of Southland. I attended the Gore meeting yesterday. I had the privilege of speaking at the start of that meeting as well, and it was great to see that the Gore Council unanimously voted in support of a Head Start with ourselves to put this through. I've gone through, I was going to try and get through the day without saying journey, and I'm breaking my own rule because I'm going to say that word. I've gone through a bit of a journey myself with this Head Start because I've always been, as you all know, a strong advocate for the people having their say and going through, and I guess this is one of the reasons why this has come through quite late, because we're all focusing on the democratic LGC process. But there's so much uncertainty even around both processes that, and I think we've heard loud and clear from our people as well, probably not so loud and clear in our own feedback around, I think it was 40% saying that we should do the Head Start, but even since that survey went out, there's been kind of changes, and I guess it's putting our best foot forward in both pathways. So we're not saying today that we're going to, I mean, we can't actually scrap the LGC proposal ourselves, but I think having the voice of our community coming through what they want, what we've been working on really hard for over a number of years now, coming through in both options, so that if one falls over, you've got it in the other one, and I guess we're just sort of putting our best foot forward. So I've internalised a complicated situation in my head while eating a packet of ghost chips, and I'm comfortable basically hedging our bets between the two cases. Someone online might need to mute. I'm not sure who that is. So yeah, it's been an interesting interesting, not to use the word again, pathway. But what stood out to me through all of this is, and watching the chaos up and down the country with councils making decisions without community mandates, without even going and speaking to the community, last minute proposals getting put together without any input at all. I'm confident that we've actually got, well, it's not a perfect consultation process, but I'm confident that we've got a mandate from our people, which is what we're actually here for, to progress with this two-council proposal. So that's my introduction to it all. I'm hoping we've all had a chance to read our proposal, and the Cardinals also came out and was emailed to all of us on Monday afternoon. That one scares me a little bit. It hasn't addressed a lot of the concerns that we've had the whole way through. And the primary concern that I have with that one Southland model comes to the makeup of the council table. So you can do community boards and local boards, as many as you like across the area. What we've learnt in our pathway with community boards over the years is it's delicate, and if you get the balance wrong and if the treatment of the boards isn't right, you can lose what actually works really well. And we've done a lot of work through over the last few years with our team, council and staff, to get those community boards to the right level. They're not perfect yet, but they're definitely in a space where they've actually been recognised as the best in the country. And I think we do have a really good devolution of powers to those boards. And if you've got the wrong council structure, you can actually disrupt and unsettle all of that quite easily. And having the majority of the councillors represented from one main area sitting around a table like this is going to lead to unbalanced decisions being made. And I think it actually jeopardises all of that work that we've done to get that decentralised, spread out local people making decisions in their local towns. I made the reference in Paul yesterday about if anyone's seen the map of the ward structure in ICC's proposal, you could have a councillor from Tokanui on the Garston Community Board making decisions for Garston. Julie's not going to bump into people in her local Foursquare that are going to understand or know or be interested in what's happening in Garston. That decoupling of the council laws from the boards, at the moment I think the key strength that we've got is the connection between our councillors and our boards, because they live in that area. Our boards are strong and they're great, and we talked about this the other night in Te Anau at the Local Government Commission process, where we were talking about whether a community board chair should automatically be a councillor, and we talked about the benefit of actually having the separate roles and even the connection that the councillor has with the board chair and the board, and then bringing that through to the council table. And when I look at the way that our table's structured now, with 12 voices coming through, we don't have any blocks, we don't have any parts of a district sticking together to kind of influence the vote. We make decisions for Southland as a whole after really good debate. We don't all agree all the time. We have really good debates, but we don't have any kind of particular one side influencing over another or any kind of combative piece other than focusing on what's best for our community. So I would hate to jeopardise that and see a council that becomes an inwards focusing council on a whole lot of decisions. So I've talked far too much now, but we've got a good set of recommendations there. We've got a really good document. Sorry, I'm going to talk a little bit more. Just going to reference the Gore. So they put through 4 conditions. Conditions is probably not the right word, but 4 parts of their agreement to this Head Start. So I'm just going to read them out. So their recommendation from their meeting that was unanimous to come with us was the Council agrees to sign Southland District Council's Head Start proposal should the following changes be agreed to. 1. The Gore District area retains a minimum of 25% of a new unitary council. As an example, for a council of 12, Gore District would have a minimum of 3 councillors. Number 2, references to enhanced community boards within the proposal will be replaced with local boards that are established within legislation with rating powers and representation based on equal population distribution to retain local decision-making and community voice. Number 3, the Head Start partners reinvestigate the Southern Waters Joint Water CCO, potentially placing all 3 waters assets within the CCO during the setup of the combined entity to achieve maximum economies of scale. And then number 4, the Gore District has preferences to retain its 3 waters assets within Southern Waters. So those are the 4 conditions around agreeing to the Head Start that they voted on yesterday. The Southern Waters one started off as a requirement, and then it turned into well, let's just see and open the door if we want to join, and then Gore just wanted to retain theirs in there if we decided not to go in. So I don't see any of those as a problem or a challenge. I feel it's easy enough to agree to that. I'd be happy to reinvestigate Southern Waters, noting that we had 97% of our community say do it in-house, and I think we'd need to open that door carefully, and we need to listen to our community. I would be very averse to making a decision around a table now going against what our community basically is. So, but I don't think we should be against actually going through and exploring that to see what our community think. They may have changed their mind. So there's been a lot of change since all of this, and I think we can do that. Noting that this initial Head Start proposal is high level, and that's been touched on a couple of times. It's got a lot of work in there, but this actually opens the door for us to sit down with Gore and actually work out the detail that will come through in March 2027 or round about that time. But yeah, next year anyway, depending on when the government forms and where everything goes. So I think that the key, I guess, description of all of this is this will be a new council, and I think we can actually sit down with Gore and work out. They had a tough decision to make yesterday in terms of they're effectively sitting around the council table looking at what may not be Gore Council anymore. And we're effectively, if you look at this at a high level, doing exactly the same thing. This is going to create a new council to represent Southland in the way that the people of Southland have asked for. So now I will be quiet and I will go. Sorry, Vivi, you want to add something?
Your Worship, just to clarify that we were hoping to get the formal resolutions through from Board, but we hadn't received them by the start of the meeting. So what we've got here is what we've just noted from the meeting recording. So just to clarify that bit, Worship.
So Councillor Somerville had his hand up earlier, I saw. Or no, Councillor Dobson.
I think of those, I'm just thinking of my internalising stuff and adding stuff to it as the morning's gone on. I think 3 out of 12 councillors, for me, is a given. I may be right in thinking that was in the initial proposal. Anyway.
Sorry, what was that?
3 of 12 councillors.
Yeah.
Local boards, not in-house community boards. I wonder if, and I don't want to get into a to and fro and stuff like that, but I just think there needs to be further investigation into local boards. Neither council is experts in that area. I can see why at first glance that would be a starting point for Gore. I've just brought up local government remuneration, and of the local boards obviously at the moment are all in Auckland, and the 2 that I can see that are similar population or uniqueness to us is Waiheke Island, Great Barrier Island. So Great Barrier Island, 900 citizens, has a local board. The chair salary is 67,000, the deputy chair is 40,000. So before you even get started with the rest of the members, you're looking at 107k just for that board as a governance cost. Waiheke Island is 9,000, which is probably more reflective of some of our ward sizes. The chair is a starting salary of 80k, and the deputy chair is 47k. Now, the reason I say that we need to just really investigate that, we've had, I'm not sure what Gore's was like, I'm naive to that, but I know that within our district there was some reluctance for people to step forward into roles. We had people running unopposed. In some places we had run by-elections for community boards to get enough people to stand. Now, with a salary like that, you would justify that the workload is probably similar to a full-time job. I think that finding people to give up a career, essentially give up a career for a three-year gig, may lead to something, but also is a massive expense. And we're not taking into account travel expenses, our internet and printing, etc., etc. I think that there is an argument with bespoke. Bespoke legislation, that can we have a mix? Because I think if we're changing our community boards to local boards, the costs are going to go through the roof. I'm very, very surprised that the Local Government Commission has started off in that place, because I just think that's I mean, that Great Barrier Island, the chair and the deputy chair is triple probably what the Oriti Community Board remuneration is currently, and that if you put that across the board, then that's just a little bit. I think it needs to be, if we're talking about efficiencies and economies of scale. I think in regards to the Southern Three Waters, a reinvestigation is worthy, but I also think that Gore needs to reinvestigate what it would look like to come with Southland. Now, we didn't go with Gore, if I'm right, because it didn't suit Gore, rather than, well, we decided not to go there because it probably wasn't best for Gore with us because of standards and their number of wastewater plants. There's a lot more clarity since then. And I think that now we know what those standards are, we know what those costs may be, it may make that equation looking to see what, if Gore's water was to come in-house in a combined council, would look like. There's also to take into account, we don't know what's going to happen with Waitaki. We don't know what's going to happen with Gore and Central Otago as well. And so when you're talking about other movements, I think if Gore was to, their preference is to stay in Southern Three Waters, for the sake of one water treatment and two. I think that's that's easily enough ring fenced. But yeah, I think there was some talk yesterday around keeping roading far rates and things like that. There's things there that are out of our hands. And I think we need to, whether we have to go back to Gore and say this is what we've come back with, but I think particularly around the local boards, I think there needs to be a real, if it's bespoke legislation and it's never been done before, well, blank piece of paper, isn't it? Let's look at what that looks like, because I don't think we could justify having local boards right across Southland, but then maybe what does enhanced community boards look like? Because I think if we start off, how big can a community board get, and what does enhanced look like before it actually takes on the responsibilities of the local board? There's talk in there, and I think when we go back, we need to, the semantics and the wording of it needs to say, yeah, we hear what you're saying. Let's negotiate around the negotiations, for lack of a better term. So,
yeah, it's a good point, and it came up quite a lot in discussion yesterday, and like I was even questioned on it during Gore's meeting, and I spoke to a couple of them in the break, and I've actually been talking to all of our board chairs and board members during this time as well, because I was intrigued that the Commission have come out and used the local boards, because the local boards, we need to remember, were designed for Auckland. They were designed for the super city, and that was the sole, they were put into legislation to make the Auckland super city work. We're not Auckland, and everything that you've raised, and even our public participation, people have raised about the cost and the complexity, and some of the board chairs have actually said they don't want that complexity. We don't want to create mini councils across all of our areas. We actually want to, in my view, create the same kind of environment that the Progress Leagues kind of operate under, where you've got real good community participation, not enveloped into having to do their own long-term plans. It was interesting talking to the Commission again in Te Anau about, because that community board, the Urban Community Board, had just undertaken a workshop for the last 4 hours of that day on the long-term plan, and they were intrigued that they were contributing to our long-term plan rather than the actual board's long-term plan, and it was having that feedback loop, I guess, of feeding into the overarching one that actually worked really well. And if we create all these little mini councils everywhere, it might not be appealing for people to actually come in and do the workload. So I think one of the key things that I've picked up from particularly the Gore community and potentially even Bluff as well is that fear of being able to be overrun by council. So the legislative protection that you cannot remove a community board, I think, is one of the key reasons that people are leaning towards local boards. But I think to your point, Phil, is I think as part of the detail of the Head Start proposal, we need to come up with a legal definition of a Southland board that actually creates the right framework to provide all the protections that everyone wants, but also provide the playing field for the boards to be able to operate effectively without having to pay them twice what our current deputy mayor gets paid. There's quite I've always, over the last few years, scratched my head at how a Auckland board chair is paid more than some of the mayors across the country. And I think creating full-time roles for these people, you lose the real benefit that you get of people that are actually working in the community and bringing that connection in, where it's a part-time, well, effectively it's a volunteer role at the moment, and it does create a different type of atmosphere. Just to the Three Waters piece as well, for those councils that weren't around over the last triennium, we undertook the collective kind of modelling with Morrison Lowe with all 8 councils in the Otago Southland area. And the Cargill were the first to kind of pull out, for want of a better word, of that grouping. We weren't far behind. It just didn't actually make sense for us to carry on in that direction. Standards were one of the things. The fact that we've got as many wastewater and water treatment plants as Auckland, we were actually almost an entity in ourselves already. And so there was no conversation to go, we don't want to work with Gore. It was we were working in the best interest and following 97% of our community with that engagement as well. So we were open for looking at a CCO model, but the community said we don't want it. We want you to carry on in-house. So there was no desire not to work with Gore. It was working in our interest and listening to our community. It's that Three Waters is a whole another conversation, but it was interesting. One of the comments, or two of the comments that came out of Gore's meeting yesterday was they've got a $2 million investment into that entity, which is, in my mind, a sunk cost. And to your point, Councillor Dobson, it would be good to actually explore the thing as a whole and see if Gore were actually open to like a two-way street. And I think that's where we have a genuine relationship with Gore as we go forward and nut out the detail on this and say, hey, you're welcome to come in with us and we'll have a look at going in with you. What's going to be best collectively for the whole lot and where do all the costs and everything right. So I think, yeah, there's an opportunity there. Any other, Councillor Duffy, have you hand up?
Oh, I didn't have anything.
If I may just add,
sure.
sorry, I should have said this before, I apologise. Last week, or the week before, with Invercargill's meeting around whether they would put in a proposal, we saw a little bit of a split in the voting, and there was voters there that said that, you know, that it's not a clear consensus. I think the wording from Councillor Crackett was it's a drop in the ocean. And I absolutely appreciate where they're coming from with that. What we've seen in the district, what I've felt and seen in the district, and particularly what I've seen in Gore over the last week, is the opposite of that. And although I have a reluctance to move into the Head Start process, I feel like we've been rushed. I feel like we're being forced. And I would like to see the LGC process continue, although I have to say that I think that it feels like the posts have moved. And through my own naivety, I thought that there would be a choice. If there was no I mean, you can't have one choice plus the status quo if the status quo has no status. And so I think that if, I don't know whether LGC can switch that to say, actually, we're just going to go, you guys have a vote on these two, because that's essentially what we're talking about. So I think if I'm leaning towards submitting a Head Start very reluctantly, but doing so knowing that if we don't, and we put all our faith in the LGC process and the unpredictability of what is constantly changing with government and an election coming up, and if ICC does put in their One Southland submission proposal, then there's potential there that Cabinet will say, well, that's the only one that's come in. We're going to go with that, and actually we're going to can the LGC process along the way. So I think it's an awful decision for us to have to make, and I think right across the country there's going to be councils saying exactly the same thing. But I think that there's going to be people in ICC watching this today and saying, well, why aren't you putting faith in the LGC process? Well, we've got probably a little bit more of a clear consensus than what was in the City Council. So,
Councillor Keys.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think that we should put in a Head Start proposal because I feel that it gives us the opportunity to carry on to arrange ourselves for the the promise of bespoke legislation to make it work, which wouldn't necessarily be what's currently known as local boards. It could be enhanced, or the Southland Community Board. But it also gives us time to maybe be able to consider what the functions are that we're actually going to be looking at doing, which presumably that will happen prior this side of Christmas. We will get to understand that, and so that we're buying time, I feel, in putting a head start in. It's not that I don't disagree with the local government process at all, but there is that problem around it that at any time it's not a given that it could, if the current government decided that no, we're going to roll that over, well then we're just hold dry.
I'm just going to touch on, if there's no other hands yet, a couple of things around, because we also got, so Chair Jeremy McPhail was going to be our second participation this morning that pulled out, and he's subsequently last night sent through a letter which has been included on the hub around kind of what Environment Southland's bottom lines are. I was intrigued when he spoke at Gore yesterday that he actually spoke more in favour of the one council than actually talking about what the bottom lines of Environment Southland were. But when I think about what we're putting forward as an initial step, and it might end up being the final step of this Head Start proposal between us and Gore, and how we encapsulate those functions. And it's quite interesting that when we put our initial proposal through to the Commission, a lot of people thought, oh, we're just trying to get rid of Environment Southland. Not the case. There are still functions that need to be carried out by the Regional Council. We don't actually know what those are going to be. We've got to wait for one of the many pieces of legislation coming through government, potentially before the election. So those functions are going to change into some capacity, but how we actually manage those functions going forward on behalf of our people as a whole region is important. And in Jeremy's letter, it's kind of outlined some kind of aspects around how they see those functions should be managed. I'm confident that if we follow some of the process that we've been following all the way through, including the process that the Local Government Commission is following, we're actually sense check with the people. Everyone knows that the rivers are important, that the catchments are important, that they need to be managed well, that they need to be linked in to the rest of our democracy, which is the whole reason why we launched our proposal in the first place, was to decouple those kind of silos that were there. I'm confident that that work that we do will land on something that actually makes sense in terms of combining the benefits of the environment with the other work that we do. And when you look at, when I was weighing up the risks of going into a Head Start, because it felt to me anti-democratic, and I thought, well, this is taking the voice away from the people, but it's actually not. The Head Start, if you look at it another way, almost gives us more independence to be able to work with the Gore Council and our people, like that, not for this initial one, and we haven't got time to do anything now, but we're putting through a high-level proposal. Then we've got time to actually sit down and nut out those functions with our people. We can consult. We can actually go out. We can bring the Southland and Gore communities on the journey with us. That's 3 times, and actually tease out some of those finer details. And one of our board chairs in the discussion raised a very valid concern with me a couple of weeks ago about how we don't disrupt Southland as a whole. While local government's running around in circles trying to figure out what they're doing, our region needs to carry on functioning, and we don't want to bring it to a halt as we try to work out what roles everyone's doing and how everything happens. So by putting in a regional business unit and working out proper governance of that between the two entities, because it's covering a wider area, and you look at things like emergency management, no cyclone is going to pick a district that it's going to affect. So there's those kind of those regional aspects, including some of the catchments like the Oriti that's shared between the two councils. It enables you to do a slow, steady, methodical transition that doesn't suddenly stop everything and bring a whole lot of money and try to throw everyone into one building and say, right, try and work out how you're going to do all of this now. You can steadily, you can pull in the resources into each of the entities as you slowly work through, and you can do it quite methodically over a period of time. And you might be left with no regional business unit at the end, or you might be left with a really big one, but it gives you time to kind of actually sense check how that would work. So I think it's important to reflect on that side of it, because the one consistent part in all of this is the regional council governance is going to be gone. So that's the one thing that we do know, unless the government goes and makes another change. But it seems to be there hasn't been any opposition party coming out saying we're going to reinstate that. So that feels like the most consistent theme in all of this, and the part that we do need to manage. And I can understand Environment South and council's having a concern about that, but I'm comfortable that our proposal actually does cover all of that off quite nicely. And we want to do this as cost effectively as possible too. And the most expensive option in my mind that we could throw our ratepayers into is throwing all four councils into one building and saying, now work all this out, because that's complicated and it's disruptive and it's expensive. So I think we've actually got almost the path of least resistance with the best outcome with this pathway that we're following. Matt, you've been patiently waiting.
I've been balancing all the data points, all the comments up. I also realised that technically I stood on a platform of supporting a single unitary. Then I realised that my platform never got out there because there weren't enough people putting their hand up to stand for district council anyway, that those comments never got published, and I was automatically put in the seat without anyone really knowing what I stood for, just because people weren't putting their hand up. So then I look at the voter turnout and go, well, what is this functioning system? I note that 1989 was a very, very long time ago for me. And lots has changed in the way we operate business. The importance of local democracy, local voice hasn't changed since 1989, but the way that we operationalise municipal services certainly has. So if I go back to last triennium, fresh to local government, don't really know what this thing is, and my diagnosis is antiquated, we received the Future for Local Government review, which was an independent review, and it gave councils all over the country a blueprint to modernise their governance structures and their operation structures. It was a flash in the pan, and it was quickly put on the shelf and ignored. We did a representation review, and a theme pretty prevalent out there was a very simple call for reform, and it was just simplified because there weren't the ideas being talked about of how does it look, but it was just simply, we don't need 4 councils, we don't need 4 mayors, we don't need 4 CEOs. Like, it's 2024, 25, let's fix this elephant in the room. That view got severely suppressed in our representation review, and I was told the reason we shouldn't pay too much attention for it is because it might confuse the representation review process, which is a local government process prescribed that we have to go through. Shortly after that review, the 2 unitary proposal came from Rob and Cameron, great proposal, and it was supported around this table as a conversation starter to get the local government commission to come take a look. Great regional leadership, Rob, as far as getting that conversation of reform, which there was a call from the people out there that was kind of getting suppressed, to actually get on and talk about the bigger picture of reform. What was encouraged around this table at that time was that it's treated as a conversation starter, that we engage with our other neighbouring councils, we get together and start working on this. I haven't really seen any of that happen until we're now in this rushed process, because after the election we end up with this, well, the Local Government Commission actually agreed to do the investigation, and we submitted that proposal as a starting point, and we trust that independent process, the legal process, the democratic process, and that's what we've stood by. Post-election, the government's thrown this Head Start thing into the mix, just another classic government telling us what to do. We chose to not really focus on the Head Start. We chose to back the Local Government Commission process we've got. Now, if ICC decided to do a Head Start, all of a sudden we're panicked and almost reacting that, oh, well, now we have to do a Head Start because otherwise their Head Start might get ahead of our Local Government Commission process. So we then kind of turn our back on supporting that legal, strategic and democratic process. And that is the view that I feel constituents discuss with me. Regarding Head Start, they feel it's rushed. They don't have the information in front of them. They don't have the modelling. They are waiting on things like Martin Jenkins' financial independent modelling to come out. One of the things on financials is, I think, Rob, you said yesterday in Gore that this was never about financials, this is about local voice and protecting local voice, which I know is like the genuine intention. But when this council table first received the proposal as the conversation starter, it was 100% about finances. It was the $10 million of savings was almost like the top headline of it. And that proposal was put in front of us and it was out in the media before we even finished the meeting, the day that we received it. Again, it was a conversation starter that's been almost projected as this consensus of Southland. I have not seen any data. There's a survey, but there's like 100 and something respondents. I have not seen enough data to support that the district has a mandate to support a two-council unitary. The main factors I'm aware of, and there's obvious consensus in Gore, and I really appreciate that we know how that town feels, and that's part of the makeup of the wider Southland region. I understand that our role is to do what's right for the district. I was a little bit cheeky when I swore into council this term. I actually added, I'm here for the district and the wider region, because considering the changes that are coming, I don't know if that actually terminates my role. I'm happy to do that. We need to look at the numbers here of the urban-rural divide is not a myth, but it's slightly over-exaggerated because we have to manage that every day as it is. Winton is an urban area within a rural hinterland. Te Anau is a growing urban area at the end of the road on the verge of National Park and rural hinterland. Gore will become our biggest urban centre with 25% of the vote of the district potentially. So big fish in this pond that's already struggling to pay for its roads. We're having our roads potentially go back to gravel rather than seal because the district can't afford it. Is bringing another town into the operational system of it going to solve that problem? Local voice is super important, but where our local voice is failing is it doesn't get to Wellington. We're talking about, you know, Waikaia struggles to get its local voice heard down here, when Waikaia's voice needs to be heard at Wellington so they can set a speed limit for safety in their own community. And we need a type of future for local government. It's a regional, unified region, no matter what, whether that needs two different employers with two different CEOs, or it needs different councils, or it needs different governance models, or however that works. I'm not sold on either one or two. I am sold on let the people be informed and have a democratic choice about what they do, because it does affect the whole region. And what's up for grabs is how do we do the regional functions, which haven't been determined, what those functions are. That's the most important thing that a unified region is going to figure out. There's opportunities at hand to go with this Head Start proposal. It is a blank piece of paper. We can use it as a negotiation. We should be asking for relief on spending the next 2 years going through expensive LTP process and heavy audits. We have assumptions already in the existing LTPs for all councils. We can move forward with those as planning assumptions and shift resources into transitions. We can let the local government commission independently determine what the model might look like. We could, through Head Start, ask for legislation around community boards and local board mixes, or community boards within local boards. There's also opportunities if we do run with to solve the fragmented catchment problem that the 2 unitary proposal doesn't actually address. The proposal is to use a regional business unit and kind of, I guess, joint committee to run that. Now, that does actually provide good opportunity to, if we end up in a 2 unitary, the Pomahaka, the Tapanui, the wider Clutha rural consideration into Western and Southern Otago, definite future conversations that need to happen. By that same logic, Garston, we're very close to a growing town of Kingston, QLDC, top of the headwaters of the Clutha. So at that regional business unit level, there is the opportunities to then look at that business unit with the expertise required in catchment management, biosecurity, a lot of those things, take specialist fields, mana whenua views, support that kind of centre of excellence approach. So we could, in the future, allow that joint committee and business unit to start taking on even a wider regional approach into some type of powerhouse that's tourism, agriculture, renewable energy. That's what excites me about the Head Start. What puts me off it is this rushed, non-informed process, and I have to stand by the local government commission process to independently determine a model and let that go to a vote. The only support for a Head Start I can see is if we are standing up and asking some special requests from central government, give us a break on LTP, let us save some money and get on with the actual planning required, get on with spatial planning, get on with all these other obligations we're going to have to do. But there's no point spending 2 years wasting money on a plan that's going to be irrelevant in 12 months. I've made also a suggestion that we could suggest referendums to bring that democratic approach back to the people. If we feel forced to make a Head Start rush decision, we could still put conditions that it be reassessed in the future with a referendum. And also ask for the legislation to allow local boards and community board mixes, or community boards to sit within local boards, kind of the way we look at subdivisions with community boards now. I do struggle to, with my hand on my heart, say that we do the best thing we can do for our community boards. I might be sitting on a different community board. I attend my local community board and attend the community board I'm appointed to. I hear a lot of frustration at those community boards, a lot of very vocal frustration that their local voice does not get heard. I stood on a bridge yesterday with Chris Dillon from Federated Farmers, member of the community board, finally seeing some action of a bridge that the community board asked like 4 years ago, can someone please come and have a look at this bridge? We're worried it's going to wash away and that's going to be really expensive. It took 4 years for a community board's local voice to get navigated between regional council and district council. Who owns the asset? Whose job is it to do flood protection? What rules can we use to do something? The people just want the system to work. And I worry we're arguing about a system that hasn't changed since 1989. Pre-fax machines, let alone internet. I won't be voting. I support in principle the Head Start we're putting, but with all other factors, I'm not supporting this Head Start proposal going forward. And I would suggest our Head Start proposal should be telling government, just back off, we were already ahead of you. We already were ahead of you.
Thanks, Matt. I'm just going to touch on a couple of points. Your bridge example is a pertinent one, and I was also involved as councillor for that board before I became mayor, and that frustration was real, and that was actually one of the primary drivers that I was always going to wait until we got our community boards perfect because I wanted to show my vision was always to have the blueprint for local democracy done in the world, and wait till we got to that point and then go, right, let's propose this. That real frustration around gravel, the G word, in the Adlasa Community Board was the kickstart that I needed to say, we cannot wait till we get everything perfect here. We need to come up with a better system, because that board's whole triennium, or probably even 2 trienniums, were focused around something that should be a conversation that translates to an outcome. And the fact that that took that long to go through that many hoops is a clear indication that it needs to change, and this is the direction that we're tracking in, to land on something that enables someone in a community to raise an issue and translate that to an outcome in the path of least resistance, not the path of most.
Can I just, so on that, that's where I worry that a regional business unit being the regional functions of municipal services is very clunky, when the simple thing that would have helped that bridge would have been if the environmental team of public services was a department of the entity that was happening, not, well, it's that entity's job, it's that entity's job, and both entities are governed by different people, different directions, different processes.
Well, that's why we went up and visited Nelson, Tasman, and we're trying to do Marlborough and Gisborne as well, but we got enough of a clear indication from those 2 unitary authorities that exactly what you talked about actually works. And I think the regional business unit, it's a starting point for the transition. I totally agree with you. I think we do need to get those kinds of conversations happening so that our roading team can sit in that smoker room over there and have a chat with the catchment team, and this is how it works. To land on that, but Bertie wants to jump in.
Oh, just very quickly, Your Worship. A couple of things I want to say. One is about how rushed the process is, and we've all talked about it, staff, councillors, everybody. So we know it's a rushed process. Typically, you would not do this. Neither would you do what you currently do, which is sometimes it takes 12 months. And the other thing I want to just highlight, and I know all of you know this, but I just wanted to highlight, this is your initial proposal. This is where you're saying these are the things we will explore. It does not mean that is where you're going to land. And you have also got other stakeholders that you want to discuss it with. Now, that depends on how much time you have to actually come up with the proposals at the end of the day. However, that is the proposition. So yes, everything's not nutted out, and yes, it's not, ideally we would like to do it in the perfect world, but it just isn't that. So whether you withdraw from it just because you think everything is not thought through, or you put in a stake on the ground so you can have that discussion, is really what your option is today.
And I think part of that discussion, to Matt's point, because we all, the whole country, I think, is fed up with these timeframes, but we don't actually have control over the date of Sunday. We can put our stake in the ground, we put this high-level proposal up that actually enables us to then go and have those discussions, and then we push back to the government and say, your next deadline for the Head Start is not going to be February. You need to give us, and this is where it's a later item in our report, but as a sector, we need to get together and actually say no. And in the communities, I'm pleased to see a lot of communities actually starting to push back now in defence of the councils and saying this is not right, this is not fair, this is really important. And a lot of the stuff that you talked about, Matt, needs to form part of that discussion for that detailed Head Start. We don't have an opportunity, we've tried to push back on the government for this Sunday's deadline, but we do have an opportunity to actually inform the next part of that process. And it's also, you said that this is disrespectful, putting words in your mouth, but kind of along that respect to the LGC proposal. This doesn't mean it falls over. This doesn't mean we're turning our back on it. It just means we're providing a protection in case the government turns its back on us again. And that LGC process could fall over in a month's time. And then we're left stranded and having to, what do we do then if the government returns to power in the current form and they pursue the Head Start and we don't have a foot in the camp? So then we're left essentially stranded, and everything that you've raised that you want to discuss, what's our opportunity to do it other than going to ICC's council chamber when they're doing the Head Start and trying to challenge So I think we do, and I think we owe it to our communities who are frustrated, who have to the Gore petition, and I mean they've had the strongest kind of feedback come through, to give this a fitting chance. And also just touching on one more point, if for whatever reason the two council option is the wrong option for Southland, so I'll play total devil's advocate on what we've been working on, and it's wrong. It's not that hard to then go into one down the track. If we go down the one, and just again focusing on the engagement piece, I've been objectively asking everyone that I talk to around wherever I go in Southland, one or two, simple question. I've had a few people, even in Lumsden, say one, but it's the minority. And there hasn't been a big voice coming through. There hasn't been a petition saying we want one Southland. There has been a petition for the two. If we were to go down the one, and that's wrong, the cost of undoing that is high. And I've seen it worldwide when I've been looking at other democracies around the world that have done centralisation and mergers, and within months they've actually had to unwind. That's disruptive, that's costly, that undoes a whole lot of important parts. So I think the pragmatic way, we've got a whole lot of stuff in front of us that we've got no control over. We've got no control over what the RMA is going to land on. We've got no control over the deadline of Sunday, which is ridiculous. So we can actually, to Biddy's point, put our stake in the ground and actually maintain an option to then go and explore, like I said, a lot of what you've talked about in our community. So I think we're not doing a disservice to the Commission. I think even the conversations that the Commission's been having around the communities, they are almost, and I don't want to put words in their mouth, but what I picked up is they're implying that we should do a head start, because they're almost worried themselves that their process might get disrupted, even if it's paused while head starts happen. So, sorry, I'll let you.
I can vouch for that, Rob, having attended the meeting yesterday at Tauta, where there were at least 3 different points where people asked, when will this end? And Sue Bedrose responded, well, it could be stopped tomorrow. I don't know. The minister could, and they said, under which legislation? She said they can make up a new law. Yep. Those are her exact words at a public meeting.
Put it under urgency, it'll go through at midnight, no select committee.
Well, we can discuss this all day, but at this present point in time, there's not a lot of choice. There's a lot more water to the front of the bridge, and there'll be a lot more kickback coming from down the road, but we haven't got a choice. We've got to put a dollar each way. And we have to move forward to that point in the weekend and give Minister Bishop what he wants, even if it could be a couple of days late, but I doubt you're a bit more efficient than that. But we haven't got a choice, and we will get to where we want to be. I hear a lot of the things Matt's saying, and it hurts, but where we are, it just has to be what it is at the moment.
Councillor Weston, and then I might take a sorry recommendation.
Yeah, I was just going to pass a comment. As a protege of, as most of us are, of the community board model, etc., and it's been proven, and you've sought to enhance it as we've gone along. But I do support the Head Start, because we need to have the stake in the ground with the Local Government Commission doing their stuff, and they are doing, I think, really good work, gleaning more public information and causing the public to think about what matters and what doesn't. The thing I want to say that initially, even myself, I felt conforming to the government's restrictions on what the model should be, and we have to treat this as a blank piece of paper, which is where we're at, and modify it and say to the government, this is the model that will work for Greater Southland, and this is why you need to support us in this, and also answer the elephant in the room, which is, where's the government ensuring we have enough funding to properly deliver it? Because that's the elephant in the room, in my opinion. It's people first, second and third, and funding, in my opinion. Yep.
Councillor Duffy.
Oh, well, I agree with the last 2 speakers. I mean, it's like a big game of chess, but there's a whole lot of different people making the moves. Yeah. And by being in the Head Start, we can sort of give us the opportunity to be flexible or whatever moves come up before our final application goes in. It just keeps us in more of the game. Hedging the bets has been used before. It's about what it boils down to. It's a pity. I mean, I agree with all of the sentiments made, but it's the game we're in, I'm afraid, and we don't get to make the rules.
So with that being said, and I've read the room hopefully right, and suggest that D agrees to submit a Head Start proposal for a Southland Gore Unitary Council and an Invercargill Unitary Council, with staff authorised to make minor amendments and any other consequential changes from discussions held at this meeting before submission. And I think it's also important to look at Resolution B, that we are saying that this is significant, because it definitely is significant. And part of the frustration highlighted by most of us, including Matt, is we'd like to consult a whole lot better. We'd like a whole lot more information before we make structural change. But to the other points raised, we are where we are. We can only control what we can. And we have done our best to engage with our communities as much as possible. And I've been going around all of our community board meetings lately asking the exact same question of where do you all land with all of this, where do you all sit? And I'm comfortable we've got a mandate from our community boards which are representative of our communities, and that's been backed up with conversations in our communities and also the strong feedback in Gore that we've done our best with the shifting goalposts that we're continually operating under. So is someone in a position to move A through to D?
Sorry, through your worship, just to make a comment around D, based on the sentiment that you've described and in particular what Councillor Wilson has been talking about in terms of making minor amendments. I guess that's a
subjective word.
It's subjective, right? And I guess it depends on your perspective. So can we have a very small discussion around what that means?
I guess, and I've been thinking about this as well, we've got such a tight time frame, and what I think, if we look at what you've highlighted as the subjectivity in it, this isn't the final outcome. This is the beginning of a process that gets us into the considerations, high level. We can flesh out the details later. So I initially saw that as a risk, as potentially being one of the people to have to decide of that subjectivity, because there's no time to have even extraordinary council meetings really before Sunday. But if you look at Gore's resolution from yesterday and those 4 things that no one's raised any strong objections to, Gore has agreed to sign Southland District Council's Head Start proposal based on that. We're relatively comfortable with the high-level proposal that we've put forward. Almost looks like we've got a deal here as far as I'm concerned. I don't think there'll be anything too major from meeting those resolutions to kick the thing off to get into the next stage where we flesh out the detail. Councillor Dobson.
I'm just wondering, in B, Council has undertaken consultation through the online survey and previous engagement on local government organisation. I just wonder, is it worth mentioning the input or the data that's available through the Gore District Council? I mean, they are a partner in this, essentially, and I just wonder if it's worthwhile acknowledging that, because that's potentially makes this decision a bit easier, doesn't it?
Yeah, and I think even referencing the first resolution we made today, which was accepting that petition, and referencing.
So I wonder if we had something about it.
So Councillor Bakarai, you had your hand up to move that. Are you happy to move it with that exception? Sorry, Anna?
Sorry, can I just say with, in reference to D, so the proposal itself is not polished because it was done at pace. So there will be some minor amendments to actually polish off the proposal. There's a bit of duplication in there. It will have all of the kind of like eyes over spelling and grammar. And just again with reference to Gore's recommendations, while the language that Gore have used in yesterday's council meeting is not verbatim within our proposal, a lot of the sentiment within the proposal actually reflects what they have put through with those recommendations. So there will be some wording refinements to align that more with what Gore has suggested, but it doesn't necessarily change the trajectory of our proposal. It's mainly already in there.
And I presume we'll be waiting for their resolution to come through from yesterday's meeting as well.
Although we do have the verbatim wording from the recording, so it's word for what was actually.
I'm just reading on their website, key priorities, roading, penny per unit, ring fencing of debt. Is that, well, do we need to mention in that, or is that in a cover letter? Is that a...
that wasn't in their resolution, so I think we've got it, and as you've touched on, Councillor, we don't control the far rate. We don't.
Exactly.
I wouldn't want to say that we're going to adopt a 61 because we need a 71% and we want to live more up to that. So,
No.
Your Worship, sorry, so I guess just following on from what Anna was saying, the core resolutions are aligned with what we have got in our proposal. The chair from ES, their suggestions are aligned with what we have got in our proposal. So in my mind, what is not minor would be anything that completely deviates from the trajectory that your proposal is taking. So if we've suddenly changed an entire concept, as an example, you have removed the regional business unit as a concept from it based on negotiations, then that would be more than minor. The only question then would be,
what we do next.
yeah, how would His Worship then do that? But we would find a way, given that we've got Thursday and Friday, and we've got a partner to discuss that with. So I think we'll find a way around it. But given that Gore clearly has got a resolution, they've talked about what it is. We are saying we're aligned. Unless something happens, we should be pretty okay. And I would urge councillors to consider that to be minor in terms of wording changes, etc., that we are doing if there is further alignment to do. And so I'm saying if we change a concept completely, then we would probably need to come back to you. So if you're all okay, adding 4 more lines does not constitute anything major.
So through you, Worship. So just to avoid any confusion based on what you've said in terms of the methodology, where the feeling is between respective councils, do we remove the word minor or leave it there?
Okay, sure. Well, that's totally up to you.
I think it's immaterial whether that word's there or not, and I think hopefully you all have enough confidence in me that I wouldn't go and make a material change without involving all of you guys. And I mean, if we needed to have a meeting on Saturday night to get it through, I mean, there's ways around it, and I certainly wouldn't be making a uninformed or unmandated provision. Right, I'll go to Matt and then we'll go back to Aaron.
Well, just on the amendments, I mean, I've stated my position on the actual Head Start submission, but moving forward, and the pragmatic suggestion I've made of, well, regardless, we've got work to do. Is it ridiculous to ask for relief on LTP obligations? That's 4 councils within Southland that can have instant savings and shift resources, protect our staff's workloads, and shift towards, naturally, our focus is going to be transition from here. So it's not that big of an ask of government of just, you did it for COVID, and you let it go after the 3 waters change. Just give us another whip of the pen to let us not have to do this prescribed, expensive LTP process when it's pointless.
My concern with that, Matt, is the consequences of not doing it, and the councils that did with waters navigation extend, they got a reprise in their long-term plans. A lot of that backfired on a lot of those councils. I think we need to still plan, even as part of the modelling that's happening for all of this. And I've had a few chats with the staff around our current long-term plan, and I think I've mentioned around this table is keeping it real. I don't think we should, I'd quite happily argue with an auditor during our long-term plan process to say, hey, we're not doing this for you, we're doing it for our people. But I think even as part of this process, we need to be actually planning properly and looking at what our needs are. And actually, I wouldn't not want to do that form of planning. I think it's just an onus on us to make sure that we are doing
I'm not suggesting we stop planning. I'm just suggesting we stop the prescribed, audited planning process that is forced upon us.
Do you want to speak to that, Kim?
Thank you. And Councillor Wilson, you've raised it before, and we've certainly been thinking about it. The issue I can see here is that this is actually, if you like, submitting the application to be allowed to put forward a more detailed thing, which is where I fully expect that in the discussions with Gore, a lot more of those details, some of the things that you've talked about will come up. I can say that our submission, our proposal that we went out to the public with, that launched to the LGC, is entire, and this proposal here is entirely consistent with everything that we've been saying all the way along. It's very heartening to see the response from Gore yesterday, and I can say that we will look forward to working together to try and work forward something that balances the savings that we always believed would be there, but also that community voice and community representation. I've personally got no issue with requesting that the LTP be suspended. I can anticipate, though, that DIA, who are the first clearinghouse for this, not the ministers, will have some applications that have been made from some parts of the country. They'll have conflicting ones, and they won't be able to stop the clock on LTPs. They will also have some areas that haven't put forward anything, and they won't suspend LTPs for them. So I know there was an invitation for a blank piece of paper, but I'm not sure that it extended to overruling the Local Government Act in its current form. What they talked more about was bespoke legislation to enable reorganisation. So I've personally got no issue with asking, but I'm not anticipating a positive answer.
And I'm not sure whether the Head Start proposal was a mechanism to ask that. I think it's kind of, because you could argue with all the RMA reform and everything as well, so it's almost wider than just the Head Start. So I think pigeonholing it into this might not be the right approach, but also considering it as we move forward as the sector's feeling the same pain that we are. And again, this is where the sector could actually unite and put that feedback through that. Because like you've touched on as well, Matt, the spatial planning, all those other kind of aspects and how they inform. So I feel that we should keep it out of this, but keep it as a potential to actually raise and try to get those in Wellington to understand the workload that the team sitting in front of me are continually trying to do the best for our community. Okay, so Councillor Bofarai has moved, and I'm just, we've got an E popping up behind me, so, which is just extending B, and I'll take good advice from here. So in noting the recommendation B notes the strong feedback from Gore's engagement, including the petition received at today's meeting. Does that kind of cover, I've forgotten who actually raised that now, but
Perfect.
cool.
What the wordsmith.
So are you happy to move still?
Yes, I'm wrong.
Just something in my head. The 55% that sort of came back saying that they didn't want us to do the Head Start, is there some opportunity to allay their concern by saying that, things are changing feast or whatever? And is this the place to do that, or is another mechanism?
Well, I think there's
I think they're open to being accused of not listening to people.
No, I agree, and I think there's a comms piece to come out after this meeting to explain where, why, what, where, who, all of that kind of stuff to actually explain to our community that have given us. So I think we should do. I'm just looking across at Louise and there's heads nodding. So I think, are you wanting to do it in the resolution?
No, I'm just asking the question. I don't mind where it's done. Yeah.
Right, so moved by Councillor Bofarai. Do I have a second by Councillor Somerville? We had a really great discussion on this. Thank you, everybody. I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone against? Councillor Wilson. That is carried. Thank you very much, everybody.
Do you want to continue vote?
Right.
Thank you, ladies.
Turning the page and back on our next item. Yeah, cool. Thank you. Item 8.2, which is on page 27 of our agenda, is LGNZ membership. And I believe we've got Robin coming up to the table for this one. Thanks, man.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Just a welcome. We've had some further people turn up in our public gallery. Welcome along to the council today. Right. LGNZ. Who wants to lead off on this one?
Good morning, Your Worship and Councillors. As you'll be aware, this report requests that Council decide if it would like to continue its member subscription with LGNZ for the 26-27 year and for the 3 subsequent years. So the annual membership cost for the subscription is approximately $64,000 excluding GST, and there's also a levy of about $900 for LGNZ's Community Board's Executive Committee. As the report outlines, there are a number of advantages and disadvantages associated with membership. Key benefits include the connection opportunities provided through LGNZ, the sector advocacy services, and elected member support services. Factors to consider about membership are also that LGNZ's collective advocacy and policy positions may not always align with this council's, and whether this council could advocate more specifically and effectively on issues that are important to Southland using its own channels. As is mentioned in the report, staff will action the decision council makes on this matter. If it decides to discontinue membership at this time, it's proposed the mayor would give notice of that decision to LGNZ and the council would make the required payment for the 26-27 year. Staff have also included a recommendation in this report for council to reassess membership again in 2 years' time. We're happy to answer any questions you may have on this, and the recommendations for this report are on page 25.
Thank you for that. I'll just do a bit of a summary myself around, I might use the word journey again, I'm really good at it. Anyone want to buy me a thesaurus for Christmas? We've used the gravel word, we've used journey and matrix now too, we're triggering everyone today. If this report was getting presented to this council in 2020, I would have been flying the flag saying, how yes, let's get out of here. They didn't represent the views of our people. I think this council, and we've had a very strong discussion in our previous report, is so focused on listening to its community. And what LGNZ did back in 2019 was a decision that didn't take the wider community and the councils on the pathway towards that decision. I thought it was a very big mistake. I was very angry at the time, and like I said, I would have been flying the flag to withdraw. When we have a look at what that organisation has done since then, I think they learnt quite a hard lesson, and sometimes it's hard for an organisation that makes a big mistake to actually ever recover from, and I think it's got quite a long tail in terms of that lesson. When I look at what that organisation has done since, and I've been going to most of their organised meets and their events up and down the country, including some of the inductions that they've done for our council. I think the induction at the last triennium probably got a pass mark, but what I heard from participants this time round was that it got quite a high mark in terms of being able to save Cameron and his team a bit of work and double handling some of that stuff that can be handled collectively as a country. I navigated my way onto the transport group last triennium, and for once, and I think that was the first time I saw value out of LGNZ when that emergency, what's the phrase for it, Hartley? Help me out, the emergency roading, emergency fund for the transport. The government were going to once again give us an unfunded mandate and add a whole nother cost to us in the state of an emergency to have to fully fund the replacement of our roads. That group, through LGNZ, fought back really hard, and I'm confident that that was the primary driver that changed the government's mind. So that actually had quite an impact on something for this council. So I'm not a cheerleader for LGNZ by any respect of the, whatever the word is, I'm running out of words. I definitely need a thesaurus. I'm not a cheerleader for LGNZ. Every time I go to an event that they run or a function that they run, I question whether that was value or not. Sometimes it's yes, sometimes it's no. And that's probably not going to change into the future. There's going to be some things that we go to that we query whether that was a return on our money. But I touched on it a little bit in the previous report. If ever our sector needs to unite and being together when we're constantly under attack from the government. That's now, and LGNZ has a duty now to actually live up to what they're promising to do, and that's represent us properly. I don't think they're there yet, but I do think that we need to actually have the ability to work together to some of the points that we've talked about now, even around whether it's LTPs or whether it's around pushing back on the Head Start or the backstop or whatever else comes next. Having a united sector would be really important, or is really important. The challenge that I see around that is the respect of the government to our GNZ and our sector. That needs to be worked on so that it needs to be a force to be reckoned with, where the government is scared to upset our sector rather than the other way around. I look at what Federated Farmers, which is essentially LGNZ for the farming sector, have been able to achieve with the government. They had their 15 points in the election manifesto, and all 15 of those got ticked off. I'd like to see LGNZ having a very similar approach, where we work together as a sector and we have non-negotiables with a government, no matter what colour they are, and the government feels a duty of obligation because the sector is so important in New Zealand to actually tick those off. So I would like to see LGNZ get into that space where they are respected and almost feared by the government. They wouldn't want to put a foot wrong. So, yeah, I'm going to now open it up to the floor before I go any further. But are there any questions?
That was actually a question just to reinforce what I think Cameron said some meetings ago, which was that some of the reports and work done by LNG, Local Government New Zealand, was actually of significantly beneficial to us in terms of saving staff time and money and resources, so, and more than the fee we're paying. I heard you correctly on that, Cameron?
Yes, if I may, through you. Absolutely correct. Yeah. And in fact, there was a question raised by Councillor Wilson, who effectively said, if that's approximately a half FTE, would we get the same value if we had our own? And the answer is not a chance. Right. It's one of those things, though, that sometimes the advice that they provide we might not agree with, but other times it may well form the basis of something that we can then do.
One thing that I did want to touch on just before I go to Councillor Boparai, and there's a bit of a misinformed sentiment out there that LGNZ tells us what to do as a sector, and that's definitely not the case, and nor should that be the case. They are a representation of our body, so we don't get. I've read it on social media quite a lot where people say, "Oh, well, we just respond to the instructions of our GNZ." That's I just want to clear that out for anyone listening, that that's certainly not the case. And if that was the case, I'd be again saying we are the masters of our own destiny. Sorry, just read your way.
Thank you, Rob. A couple of things that you mentioned. Federated farmers, they are voluntary. In this case, this is not voluntary, the amount of levies that go out. And I'm just looking at what's provided in the report. In the last few years, it's gone up from 46,000 to 60,000. That's about a 40% hike in what their fees are right in front of us. But nonetheless, I've got a few points, and I wrote them down so I don't miss out any. And thank you for providing this opportunity to have this discussion in the public forum, and why I think we really need to strongly reconsider our membership to this. This is just my perspective. It's not a criticization of people within the organization. I do accept there's value in councils sharing their experiences, but just how good a value is it for our ratepayers? That's where my issue lies. And my first issue is the fact they have gone well beyond the remit of something that is funded by these subscriptions. Today, it operates across advocacy, policy development, governance, specialist silos, networks that it creates. Here you have that Team Maruata, young elected members, women in local government. It has just recently launched a micro-credential which will lead to university qualifications with the University of Wellington. I saw Central Otago Mayor Tamali talk about that. The same attitude of going beyond their remit is what I feel is in their submission to the Local Government System Improvements Amendment Act. They said, and I quote, that we oppose this because any changes that the government is proposing would narrow the scope of legitimate council activity. In other words, they're still advocating for councils to retain a much broader role than core services, which is what ratepayers are wanting. The same trend, I know you spoke about their conferences. I see the same trend in their conferences. At this point, anyone who is going to one of those, like the one at Rotorua, it is $1,500 per person for a discounted member rate. That is before you add in flights and accommodation. Over there, I have looked at some of what was on the agenda for the last few years, some of the workshops, everything from career development, personal development, along with a bit of council stuff and centre government. I'm not saying there's not merit in that, but the point is how much of that is what our ratepayers need. Is this what should be within the purview of a body that is funded by subscriptions, and not cheap subscriptions at that, something that's gone up 40% in the last 5 years, more than the rate of inflation? This council is not a training organization. If somebody puts up their hand to sit around this table, it's because they think they have something to contribute to that. Is it LGNZ's role to further their qualifications? I don't think so. For us as council, 90% of our budget activity, the money goes towards roading and water. And that's pretty much the conversation I think we should be having. The other issue is what you began with, what they did in 2020. They continue to do that. I do not think it was one and done in 2020. Heading into issues that have strong political connotations. First of all, when they did the backdoor deal, as I call it, with the government, signing up a heads of agreement to drum up support against those very communities who were up in arms against the Three Waters proposal at that point in time. They worked with Minister Nanaya Mahuta. They supported her to remove the binding public referendum on Maori wards. Then, when this government chose to undo that, they got together, marshaled the troops, got, I think, over 50 mayors in the country to sign a letter saying that, no, that should not be done. In the Future for Local Government review, there was a proposal where they wanted the councils to be recognized as treaty partners, though from the final proposal that was pulled out because they were already facing the backlash over Three Waters. And regardless of what people might have as individual views on that, LGNZ had no business going there, where it still went with the Maori wards issue in this term, on issues where the public might, or even councils might have completely different views from what LGNZ is trying to drive the sector towards. I don't see their political meddling stopping. And that has continued. It is not just 2020 and done. And I fear that is getting lost somewhere. The connotations of that sort of a thing, not listening to ratepayers or councillors and deciding they will be the judge and jury of what people need to think, is completely unpardonable in my views. My third concern is something I don't think I have spoken about that often enough, but LGNZ, or the steering group that it headed about 12 years ago, was the one that led to the creation of the entity from which councils borrow, the Local Government Funding Agency, LGFA. It was a brainchild of LGNZ. The original objective, sensible enough, easy, flexible funding to councils on terms which are supposed to be better than commercial banks. But over time, the LGFA today is the source of almost 95% of council's funding. And along with its creation, the indebtedness of the local government sector has ballooned. The net debt of local government, 2010, because LGFA was formed in 2011, was a negative -3 billion. That debt today, 2025, stands at 26 billion. And this is before you look at the LGFA's website and see that they now tie their 9 loan categories to the 17 United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. In the application form, you have to tick off which ones of those you are signing off. And that is something which this council or most others have never assessed the implications of or voted on. They are now even coming up with an even crazier water funding scheme that has ties to entities we've never voted upon. Then I come to the water CCOs. Gore is going to be part of one of those. LGNZ was the primary negotiator, the sector representative, and the policy advocate for the creation of those water CCOs, which now have an allowance of being able to borrow 500% debt to revenue in these new entities. We, as a council, I'm grateful that we have kept our water services in-house. Long may that continue. That restricts our borrowing to, I think, the traditional 280, 285% cap. But meanwhile, LGFA, that LGNZ helped create, continues to assure its investors in its quarterly reports every 3 months, saying that there is a big pipeline of funding ahead, so we will continue to use your funds. And to quote their most recent PowerPoint that's uploaded there on the website, it says, thanks to a balanced budget approach that allows rates reset in New Zealand annually to balance expenditure, and the broad powers council have to rate regardless of economic activity and the property market, their funds are secure. The indebtedness since LGNZ created LGFA is just out of the gate here. And then somehow we've gotten on to the fact, it's pretty obvious that when you move council assets from one balance sheet from ours to a new water entity, it doesn't really change who's going to pay for them. It's the same ratepayers. Yet LGNZ didn't realize that. When they were advocating for this particular policy position, I struggled with all of that. And then the fourth issue. This one really gets my goat. The ratepayer assistance scheme that LGNZ's website has, and it has details of how people, along with the assistance scheme, they can apply for funding for solar schemes and all of that. And don't get me wrong, helping ratepayers struggling financially is important. But equally important is not saddling them with that debt in the first place that we have to then come out as white knights. And what does that do to us as a council? We are already barely affording the workload. You risk us turning into a quasi-green bank, funding the schemes, administering them, so on and so forth, as if we don't have enough workload already. So back to Southland. Rob, along with the staff and the others of us around this table and the community boards, have been doing as much as we can to advocate. Our biggest issues have been roading and water, and I've lost count of, Rob, how many presentations you have made, and we have seen those with the numbers there, that this is what we are going to face. And it brings me to the question, if we are still capable, which I fully believe we are, of advocating for ourselves, why do we need a body that gets nearly $5 million every year? And I won't even go to their balance sheet where I spoke to them when they came. Nearly half of that is staff wages, big paychecks, whereas we've got an increase of 40% in the last 5 years of their levies. And it's not just a matter of this 65,000, one line item and small in the larger scheme of things. It's the principle of the thing. It's just the message that's being sent that we'd rather put our money where our ratepayers prioritize it than putting it to this umbrella organization that has not stopped its political endeavors, not by a long shot, and is then, after overseeing the sector indebtedness, is then coming out with ratepayer schemes and the like. I just think if we don't fund them any further, we exit out, we send a clear message that our priority is ensuring our ratepayers' funds are directed where they have the greatest benefit. Thank you. I'll table this one for the record.
Thank you, Ginger.
I've learned quite a lot from Jaspreet.
As we always do.
Absolutely. Yes, I'm indebted. Prior to today, I read through this and the discussions and I guess having a look into it myself. I was probably 70-30. I'm probably leaning now towards a 60-40. And if it wasn't for the current local government climate, I would have said, let's just step back and go on our own. I just thought to myself now, and it's about representation. And one of the things that came out, and I don't know if this is something that would fly,
or what other people's around the table opinion might be. We've seen with Ngaitahu's
Takiwā
model, the Takiwā wide back office functions. I see merit in that. I see genuine merit in that, particularly around the environmental science and data and IT. That's wise, right? And I just wonder if we're talking about this year and 2 years afterwards, if we're looking at a transition into some other form, then I would support carrying on with the current term. But then actually when we're talking, when we're in the next stage of negotiations and building and designing, then actually part of that Takiwā or whichever might resemble that sort of idea, that is where the advocacy comes from. If it's a lower south, if it's a bottom half, if it's all of the South Island, then that's something that we should genuinely consider, is about what does that look like. I know that's already happening anyway, but I also think that with LGC, you've got someone go, well, we'll just tell them and we've got the ability to say, we'll tell them and they'll advocate for us. How hard they advocate when they're advocating for every council, or almost every council, I think is yet to be determined. And I think this term, yes. The next term it would be, I think the risk is if we say no now, and all of a sudden we have to spend 65,000 on something that we've but absolutely.
Thanks, Phil. Prabhuti.
I just wanted to clarify, Your Worship, that the increase in levy, I think primarily the reason behind that was the introduction of a corner. So that's the training system. It was the introduction of that, and that was free for the first 2 years from memory, and then that's been included now in the fees while they were introducing it and testing it out and all the rest of it. So that was the main reason for the uplift there.
That was actually one of my frustrations at the time when they developed a corner, and I may have missed the feedback opportunity as to whether we wanted it as a sector or not. But when that came out, it was you had to buy into it, and I don't think it was overly well subscribed. So then it got built into the membership. So to Jaspreet's good points, I think there's kind of some unmandated work that tends to happen in there, and I think that feedback needs to come through to them, that anything that is going to have a financial impact on membership councils needs to actually be endorsed in either direction. I just wanted, before anyone else, I don't see any other hands up, just want to touch on a couple of things around when I looked at this report, I thought, well, what happens if we aren't a member of LGNZ? And this might be me selfishly looking at my role as a mayor, the networking with the other mayors up and down the country. So you touched on my roading presentation. There's a very important slide in that roading presentation that shows the fact that we only get half back of what we generate. That slide came from a conversation with the Mayor of New Plymouth at an LGNZ function. So that wider networking piece I've found over my time incredibly valuable, where you can actually sit and you can share problems, and then you can actually unite together to say, hey, we're both getting shafted in our roading. Here's some information that I've done, and then you can start to build up a bit of a, for want of a better word. So I'm not saying that is the main reason to stay, but if we aren't in LGNZ, my question is, how do those kind of networking opportunities happen? We can network regionally with our mayors, although the zone meetings won't be attended. So like the Otago Southland mayors meet with Zone 6 and we get together, and it's the same thing with others. And I know Christine and I have had discussions after them, was it a valuable meeting or not? And sometimes they said yes, sometimes they said no. Lately, we've quite often said yes because they've improved. But how do the mayors of a sector that's getting beaten up all the time actually get together, problem shared is a problem halved, and actually unite to have that strong voice and just reflecting, I went to the Federated Farmers public meetings that they held a couple of weeks ago, and they did their own policy work around local government reform, and they're quite well resourced in that space. And I was incredibly impressed with Megan doing that presentation, how much they've got over all of that outside of the farming sector, but recognising that local government is important for every sector in the country, and they've done their homework on it and managed to present it really well, and that helped spread local government's message across. But I just, again, thought about that policy analyst that has a wider benefit than just to one council that you can actually share across the whole country. Again, to Trish's point, we need to make sure that they're only working on the stuff that collectively we want them to work on. Yeah, sure. Yeah.
I may counter that, and this I'm not being petty. The RUCs you're talking about, I think I saw them in an online live that Roy Chung did well before the last election. So I have been following the RUC thing as well. For me, the issue is not so much, as I said, it's not about one line item. It is about what else they have been continued doing. I squarely put, today the local government sector is struggling, but I squarely put vast amount of the blame at the feet of LGNZ. Their policies over the last decade have gotten us into this hot water to somehow pretend to be the sector savior, and we go along with that. I find that really, really galling. Even now, the ratepayers are saying, stick to your knitting, stick to the bare basics. There's LGNZ submitting on our behalf on the reform bill, getting rid of the well-being, saying that would constrain the council. Seriously? You think councils have the bandwidth to go any further? The political meddling has not stopped. Had it not been for all of that, it is not so big. But the fact is that much of what they're doing flies in the face of what we are supposed to be doing, Rob, as a council, and their policies. They were the biggest advocates of pushing water off the balance sheets and getting those 500% loan to revenue limits there. Who did they think was going to pay for them?
So yeah, just so I get Sarah and Christine. Sarah has said, agree with Rob's comments that LGNZ performance has been mixed, however, also believe they've got themselves back on track. I think there are benefits to membership, e.g. savings to be made, such as the legal advice they've recently obtained from Simpson Grierson on Head Start. This meant STC didn't need to go get its own legal advice, support retaining membership, where the tensions with central government are prevalent and the ongoing mandates that keep coming our way are ongoing. Having a collective voice through our membership is, in my mind, currently still beneficial. Relationship building and networking opportunities are really important. And Christine has said, my comments reflect Sarah's. In this time of significant change, it's important to have a joint voice on the important issues that are before us. Also support the review in 2 years, although at that time we will be in a different place as far as local government is concerned. I need to go to speak so.
Considering the wider discussion today and what does the future of local government look like, I'm kind of inclined to think with the smaller step of what reorganisation looks like, the more need for a joint advocacy group like LGNZ. The bigger step reorganisation and reform looks like, the more ability for in-house expertise to really push that like regional advocacy. So I'm still kind of like a little on the fence about it. Like personal experience with LGNZ from becoming an elected member, if it's there to support us in our roles, I think we got invited to one conference up in Queenstown. I was up there for work anyhow and chose to attend, and I stayed at the campground in my van because I don't think it's appropriate that ratepayers put us up in hotels. And it was just really a meet and greet with other elected members of the zone and an area, lots of congratulating of getting in, good election or something, and an economist said something and a couple of ministers said something. There was a lot of information. Since then, I've reached out to LGNZ a few times for advice on particular matters. It's been very helpful. I've attended some webinars, which the Simpson Grierson legal advice was really good value. I haven't joined young elected members because it's just another silo. My question to Cameron on from an operational level, do we as an entity value, would we have to replace that investment with FTEs or more to get that value? That's really where my kind of vote comes down to, because my personal opinion of what they're up to, what value it is to me as an independent member or the team of members or the sector in itself, it's just kind of too subjective. A lot of what Jaspreet's raised, though, of then that collective power driving some of the direction like the LGFA and just kind of blindly moving into this. It's all right, we can just carry on what we're doing and rack up debt, we've got it covered. It is a bit of a, blinders on the horse, and I would probably go back to, if I can, through you, Rob, ask the CEO of whether from an operational level, SDC would be, I think members can probably handle just like, how do you network? We can network, we can send emails, we can contact anyone in the country that we think might have some constructive conversation and make some lessons and maybe together have a joint voice to a minister on a topic or something. But for the operation, for legal advice, for direction, for understanding policy statements, all that kind of thing, if Cameron believes that SDC as an organisation needs to retain this assistance from a national body, then I would back that, but I'd hope that we can then get to a point where we don't need it because we're a strong enough entity with the expertise to advocate not just for Southland, not advocate for the general local government sector of Aotearoa.
Do you want to answer that?
The question was, do I think it's value? Yes, simple yes.
I just want to touch on quickly, Matt, the networking comment, and because I've thought about this, and the big thing that I landed on is you don't know what you don't know. So I wouldn't have known to ring Neil Holden and say, hey dude, have you got the same roading problem as us? So it's a discussion sitting at a joint table with people where they say to you, hey Rob, what's keeping you awake at night? And I say, our roading is, and this is we've got the same, I've got this slide here, I've done an Official Information Act on NZTA and pulled this out. It's to extract that from a phone call. Do I need to ring all the mayors all the time? And yeah, so I think that's where I see the most value around. I agree with a lot of what Jaspreet's raised, and it's been a very valuable contribution. And I also agree with what Phil has talked about as well, and you as well, Matt, about what can we do ourselves to strengthen our voice. It's come out during the previous agenda item discussion around all of those chats around how do we have a stronger voice in Wellington, and that's a pertinent part of all of this every day. And I don't think LGNZ is the answer to that. Collectively say, right, well, LGNZ is going to do that for us, we don't need to do it. We need our own voice in Wellington to be as strong as possible. LGNZ at the moment, in this present point in time, I think forms part of that ability to, where I can bump into a minister after he's presented, if he's actually done it in person, not via a 2-minute video, and have a conversation as they're walking out the door. I've chased ministers down the stairs after an LGNZ presentation to have that access where sometimes it's actually quite hard to get in front of them. So I do see opportunities in there, and I think we need to push back as well as members, as paid members, as contributing members to a lot of what has been raised around this table as well. Paul, you had your...
Oh, yes. Well, I mean, my thinking is if all the councils pulled out of LG, I'm sure the government would be delighted. But apart from that, I mean, over the time, they've been a pretty solid advocacy group and given us good advice. Obviously, they've had wobbles on the way. But, of course, through paying a subscription, we're members. So we've got the right to put forward notices of motion and so on in forums that those things can be brought to light. But just, I mean, I agree with a lot of what Jaspreet's raised. Just one point, though, and that about the Maori wards. My take on that is that the councils that had Maori wards put them in place through a democratic process of their own, and I don't believe the government were right to take that away. And that's about perhaps respect for local decision making and all that. So I'm pleased that as an advocacy group, they stood up against that, for instance.
Yeah, that's actually a good point. And in terms of what LGNZ were pushing, because I actually signed that letter, which wasn't about the issue of the Maori wards, it was about the issue of government taking away the democratic ability for council to make its own decisions. So that was based on the principle rather than the actual issue at hand, which a lot of councils
But
did.
yet with the previous government, they had advocated along with the government to remove those rights.
Yeah, no, there was definitely some political...
So there is.
Yeah. We've had, as I anticipated, some really good discussion. I think everyone's pretty much...
Just through your worship, I mean, I've got very mixed feelings about this whole conversation. My experience with going to that first conference, the LGNZ conference in Christchurch, polarised me quite a lot. And yeah, I think, I don't know, for me, it's a bit like the analogy of, the trees in the main street of Winton, that created a bit of a ruckus. Talking about removing them. Once they were removed, it actually let a bit of light in and created a bit of opportunity and actually forced people into kind of thinking things a little bit differently. I don't know, I think LGNZ would do itself a big favour based on the nationwide feeling of some people feel really strongly towards remaining as part of LGNZ. Some are very much against it. I think they'd do themselves a big favour if they could actually almost act on a contractual basis based on the relative needs of each region or district. And then as Southland, we would actually say, well, these are the things that we prioritise, these are the things that we want, these are the things that we don't. Can we actually form almost like a consultancy / contractual agreement with them over a certain period of time? And this is what we need to pay for those services, because as quite a few of us have raised, there's a lot of, including yourself, there's a lot in there that is kind of a bit, are we actually effectively subsidising other areas which are not necessarily even pertinent to us? I don't know if it's a conversation.
I think I will take us a recommendation now, but I think based on what's been said in this room, I'm going to put a proposal up that I, on behalf of council, after we've workshopped it after today, we've had a good discussion today, is I write to National Council, if we do decide to stay in LGNZ, and I think we should put a time limit on that for a full review and almost put them on notice. I write to National Council with what our expectations are for our membership. It doesn't mean they have to listen to it, but at least we'll actually put our case for what we expect to get for our investment in LGNZ, and that will form part of, I guess, our decision upon the review time in 2028, 2029, if we do go down that road. Is that an approach that would...
Rob, I mean, in conjunction with what you were saying in terms of the value that you get from LGNZ in terms of prioritisation, you mentioned meeting with the other mayors, and if we weren't part of the organisation, then it's questionable whether you'd have those conversations. Does that form the benchmark of having those conversations with the other mayors around the same thing?
Potentially, yeah, and I mean that's what I can do through the actual mechanism of being able to get in the room with them and have that. But I think following the protocols within LGNZ, they've got a national council. It's like our council. We can have a member of the public put a petition along to us today. Like it's a democratic kind of place, and I think it's actually on us as members to actually, if we're not happy with the way they're operating, we should be actually tabling it and saying, hey, look, we're not happy that you've done this, this and this. This is how we see you operating going forward. They can have the discussion around their table and kind of go down that road. So I'm going to propose an F in there that I write. We have a workshop as a council or even a meeting, or we need to go further than today to actually have time to think about it. And following said meeting, we put forward a kind of a letter to the National Council. Is someone in a position... Sorry, Sarah has said she votes to stay and also happy for us to outline our expectations moving forward to support building a collective voice to hopefully shape the future of LGNZ. I see Christine's just popped up as well. Did you want to say something, Christine? Or?
No, nothing to add, but again, just helpful to, I think, to set that expectation. So agree with that. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm going to suggest that we change D to remain based on people in the room. I know just Brett's probably not in favour of that one. Does anyone have any objections if I put that in? I think that's kind of the sentiment of the room. Adding in F that...
You're right to LGN. You see expectations following
and agree, so we agree on what our actual bottom lines are. Someone in a position to move A through to F? Councillor Dobson, seconded by Councillor Fee. We've had some really good discussion. I'm going to assume there's no more. I'll put that motion. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone against?
I'll be voting no. I think any benefit they have given is more than undermined by the indebtedness they've caused to the sector and deliberate thwarting of global democracy. I'd like it to be on record, please.
Certainly.
Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your contribution as well. That is carried. Thank you. Okay. And we'll table Councillor Baker-Ride's paper as well. Cool, I'm happy with that. All right. Sarah is leaving the meeting. Thank you, Sarah. I'm now going to, feels like we've been here for a whole day already. This is a very meaty meeting. And we've got through 2 items. Well, you should be CEO. 8.3, District Initiatives Fund, criteria review, page 89. And the birdie seems to be spending a lot of time here. So this is on page 89 of our agenda.
Afternoon, everybody.
Oh, I've just heard a wee whisper that it might be Kath's birthday today. 21st. Happy birthday, Kath. Well, you're a musician, you can lead it off if you want.
I can't sing though. I am, that's right. Right, ready?
Ready to sing or ready for that?
The purpose of this report is for Council to consider the updated criteria for the District Initiatives Fund, and there is an option to gain community feedback prior to doing this via the long-term process. So on page 90, under point 9, you'll see the current criteria for the fund. So at the recent workshop, we discussed updating the criteria. We talked about things like a preference to support initiative-type projects rather than operational costs, and to support Southland-based organisations rather than national ones, particularly in sectors where financial support could arguably be coming from elsewhere. Was emphasised that applicants should only apply once within a 12-month period, and they should definitely be able to show co-funding for their projects. Was also suggested to remove the restriction for to show benefit to 2 community board areas, particularly because there are a couple of our areas where this it does restrict them from applying. And then there was also a request just to look at options to gain community feedback on the criteria and the continuation of the fund via the long-term plan process. So if we go to point 12, I have a suggested list of updated criteria. I probably should have numbered these points instead of doing bullet points, but the main ones that have changed, the third one down, so the purposes of this fund, the term district level is defined as Southland District as a whole or a significant portion that is more than just a localised town or area. The one below that, priority will be given to new community initiatives and projects that demonstrate innovation, address emerging needs or provide new opportunities for the district rather than requests primarily focused on operational costs. And the one below that, any operational cost grants will be capped at 5,000, but council does have the discretion to grant over this amount if they deem it appropriate and beneficial to the region. So I mainly just sort of included that little caveat there just because I know we definitely talked about supporting those initiative type projects rather than operational costs, but I mean, those projects are great, but they're not always coming out of the community all the time. Sometimes groups just really want support for the stuff that they're currently already doing. And then just jumping down a couple of points, priority will be given to applications from Southland-based organisations rather than national ones. Added in a list of things that we don't fund. So this is a reasonably standard list. I sort of grabbed that from places like Community Trust or ICC for their wellbeing fund. So the options to consider are option 1, to approve the proposed updated criteria, option 2, to not approve it, and then option 3, before making any changes, is to consult the community via the long-term plan. So, I mean, I've recommended option 1, but yeah, happy to answer any questions. I'm sure there'll be some discussion.
Thanks, Kath. So I've got Phil and then Brian chomping at the bit too.
Just wondering, how many, just top of your head, how many applications will we have each year?
So each round is typically probably about between 8 and 12 applications, and with 2 rounds each year.
With that, for the sake of 8 applicants, I can't see why we would go out with one consultation. I think I'm happy with the amendments, so cool.
Yeah, I suppose my opinion on this, I don't want to be Scrooge McDuck, but I just can't get my head around giving away ratepayers' money in these times like they are when we're suffering in so many areas. If we put the District Initiatives Fund at 65 and we put the community board grants, that's $239k a year. That's big money. And I just don't... Look, if there was plenty of money around, there's nothing better than be able to do that. It makes you feel good. But for me, I also don't see the sausage sizzles or the things that people do to drive things like we used to. And now it's more hands out because they know it's there and it's easy. So and it's hard for me saying that because the feeling is good and there's a lot of them do need it. But it's timing again for me, and I just don't think this is the time to be. If you could put it on hold, I'd put it on hold to look at the decision later on. But now at the moment, I'm against giving ratepayers' money away to anything like that.
I've enjoyed going around the community boards lately and seeing this debate unfold in each of the boards, and the councillors on each of your boards will have been privy to each of those boards' discussions. I've had the benefit of kind of having a collective view, and what you've said, councillor, has come through in the discussions as well, but also the kind of the opposite has also come through, and watching some of the boards, and it now seems to be a constant theme where the fund applicants come and present to the boards as well, and hearing that previous funding round had enabled something to be seeded to them that's then turned into a successful, when I look at the word community initiative, that community initiative was able to get some seed funding from the community or council, which has got it off the ground that they may not have been able to do, and it's actually turned into something bigger. I get the question if they then keep coming back to us for operational funding, which kind of comes into the criteria. But it's been really interesting kind of seeing the variation of debate around, and the one that really stood out to me was the Auraka Harima with a member of that board who was previously on a Progress League applying for the funding, but that kind of the sentiment coming out of the communities need to also, to your point, Brian, is also sell the sausages and come out, and this becomes a bit of a prop-up rather than the primary driver. And I'm just referencing that surface statue out at Colin Bay, where it's been a collective effort, but council has also managed to help, I guess in more ways than one, with a little bit of funding through the board, but also providing some support on the project management and the tendering and all of that piece. So there are other ways that we can also help these initiatives through it as well. So I'm making more of a statement around, it's just been a fascinating kind of discovery piece to see how all the different boards are treating this, but they all, in their own unique ways, have supported continuing, albeit sometimes changing some of the criteria. And there were discussions around, should they set a maximum amount to cap it so you can apply to more, or should you have a big amount that one group could apply to and it seeds a huge big. So it's been a fascinating journey, and I totally share the sentiment as well. Are we robbing Peter to pay Paul? And we've had these discussions quite a lot, and we have the same discussion every time the funding rounds come up as well, where we see some national organisations that should potentially be funded by the government coming to us, and I think that's where the challenge comes in as well. But when you look at a genuine community initiative that's trying to get off the ground, we have managed to make a difference through this fund over time. Matt?
I feel, just thinking back over the conversations from the last term and into now, is that this is awesome work because it is reflective of what's come up at all of those district initiative discussions along the way. Regarding Brian's comments, should we be doing this now? Should we pause it? I mean, that kind of reflects I think we should be pausing LTPs now. Right now, this is there. And I think having the framework of how we dish it out updated to what has been reflected around this table over the last 4 years is really good. And I'm happy to actually move the recommendations. But in regards to, Brian, your comments, the wider discussion of what does funding like this look like into future LTPs for whatever the future looks like is obviously something that's going to have to happen. And when we look at a neighbouring council like Gore, they have a different framework. They have the MLT, ICC have ILT. Then we've all got Community Trust South. There's lots of avenues, and I think just this, when we consider rates capping coming in, it may be that we don't even have this in the future as an option anyhow.
Okay, we could very well put the LGNZ membership towards this one. No worship.
It's a win-win, isn't it?
Lunch.
I do.
Thanking Jaspreet, that's what you bring.
It's funny, you've almost read my notes because I've got here where this fits into the wider community funding piece. And we do have, and I'm looking at the birdie just to confirm, there's a workshop coming up in September-ish, maybe. I've written notes on my agenda when I was reading through it. So either I dreamt that or we've had a conversation. There is a workshop coming up around the wider funding piece in the LTP. Is that roughly right?
As in we have an item on the...
So maybe I did. And maybe...
It's in plan, Your Worship, not at the moment, but if you... I have two suggestions then in that case. If you want to more holistically look at, if that is the suggestion, that we more holistically look at what are we doing in our various funding initiatives across council, then that's fine, and we can do that. Just thinking of timing, I think it'll be a broader piece than what we might be able to bring to September, because we've got quite a few things that are going on, and there's already work in train. I've got heritage in mind now, so just a few things going on at the moment. So, and then thinking of when you would have to have your budgets, you could carry this into your year one, with the proviso that in year two you will have considered everything and you will be looking to do, if required, something different. And they'll just give us a bit more time to work it through rather than to try and cram it into what the timelines are and all the rest of it.
I think that makes good sense, and it's almost keeping it alive, because I think every time we have the funding rounds, the discussion's still going to happen, and just reflecting on what the other councillors said, it's good. You've listened to what we've kind of been talking, and I think it's been addressed quite nicely, and there's quite a few bullet points here.
And just also, just can I say, just remember the the current LTP grant recipients are coming to present at next council meetings as well, so that just plays a part too.
If council was of mind too, then we could actually signal or somehow get feedback as part of the LTP process if you were thinking of changing something, and that could just help in your decision making. So rather than saying here's our proposal, we could actually seek wider feedback. So some changes, because I'm sure there will be some people who would have the opinion of not, and others who would see the benefit in that. So you get a wider picture around that.
Thank you.
Through you, Worship, just kind of based on what you've talked about, Vibhuti, I mean, I noticed that point 11 at the last workshop, that there was a request that there was an option to be presented to seek community feedback before making any changes. Do we have and that may have already happened, I've been away for a few weeks, but has there been any movement on that, you know?
Yeah, that happened the day after you left, it's all sorted.
Oh.
No, I think that will come out as a mechanism, and we could decide as part of that, even maybe it becomes a LTP consultation item or something like that. It gives us that mechanism. So it's not saying, I don't think we're saying let's park this to the LTP. I think we're saying it's an iterative process. Yeah. We adopt these kind of changes now, and then we carry on working through it. And at the moment, we're just looking at District Initiative Fund, but we actually, in that LTP discussion, we're looking at the wider, where it fits with heritage, where it fits with cycle trails, where it fits with Warm Homes Trust, all those other kind of different funding streams that council's involved in, and we can look at it a little bit higher up as a collective kind of picture. And I see, Jared, did you want to?
No, that's all I'm saying. I'm here.
Oh, cool. So I think that provides that mechanism. So based on that discussion, I know Councillor Wilson was happy to move the recommendation. Are you still happy to move the recommendation with the preferred option? Was that what you had in mind, or do I have a seconder for that? Councillor Keast. Is there any further discussion? Cool. I will put that motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Anyone against? Councillor Somerville. That is carried. Thank you, Kath. Thank you for moving.
Councillor Somerville, do you want your decision?
Yes, please. I know it sounds a bit silly because of what we're voting on, but
No.
it's sending the message I want to send.
That's fair enough. Okay. I am not going to try and cram another agenda item in 2 minutes. And like I said before, it feels like we've already done an entire day, so I'm going to break 2 minutes early for lunch. And then we'll come back at 1 o'clock. Thank you, everybody.
I'll see you in a couple of weeks.
Okay, welcome back, everybody. At the risk of giving you false hope that we're getting through our agenda, I'm just changing the order around a little bit because our wonderful Jane Tarpett has something else on this afternoon that she needs to get to. So I'm going to take us to page 299 of our agenda, and we're going to jump forward to 8.9. The Milford Sound Tourism Limited Monies Endorsement Finance and Assurance Committee recommendation on the use. Now, Anne, who is also involved in this, is hopefully going to arrive at some stage, but we will kick off, and assume that Anne will arrive shortly. Yeah, Louise is fixing it. So, welcome, Dane. Great to have you virtually in the room again.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you.
Oh, there you go. Yep, we can hear you now.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yes. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, for taking this early. And I know you've got an awful lot on your agenda, so I'll be reasonably brief with the comments. Also because you have considered this, or the F&A committee has considered this issue. And it is the recommendation coming from them that we're dealing with today. So just very briefly, this report is about the use of the MSTL share monies, the money we got from the share transaction at the end of March. Following that, we had a workshop, and then council staff came up with 3 options for you to consider. One was debt repayment, one was visitor infrastructure, and the third one was future resilience. But we also said you could come up, or the committee may like to come up with a hybrid option, which is exactly what they did. That is spelt out in recommendation D, which is from the Finance and Assurance Committee to use the uncommitted MSTL monies for debt repayment and applying them to the renewal or refurbishment of toilet buildings along the key visitor routes. So I think that's the main things I would like to say by way of introduction. Just happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Jane. And it feels like that F&A meeting was so long ago, doesn't it? But it was actually only a couple of months. There's been so much happening since then. But like you've said, we had a really good discussion at the time, and we did go with that hybrid approach. And yeah, I'm not too keen to relitigate the F&A meeting, but if there are questions from the table for Anne, Councillor Wilson.
Just regarding the F&A meeting, what are the parameters that have changed since that discussion? I understand in the report that there's a Lagoima request was received, which meant that the share sale is now public information anyhow. And the legal opinion provided to the F&A committee at that time has been reviewed and was not actually specifically not applicable to how annual report finances would be reported. So considering that the F&A meeting was a request to F&A to reverse a council decision in November, does the justification of why F&A was asked to do that, does that still apply? Or could we not just continue with the strategy that council agreed to in November, which was to receive the monies, ring fence it where appropriate, so that the discussion around where that money should be spent could be had, including with the Milford community, which is where the money's actually come from?
I don't recall us reversing the council decision. I'm just trying to think back to. I mean, the way that I see it, and forgive me, Jane, for jumping in, but I'm just trying to get clarity in my head from the question. The way that I see it is we made a decision, and I need to think back to whether we reversed the council decision or not, but that, to me, is we made a decision in F&A based on the information at the time on how to spend, and we had a really good discussion on the best outcomes for those proceeds, and so we came up with a hybrid option. So I think that had moved on from that piece, but I might need to just bring up the F&A thing and have a look myself.
The resolution was F&A recommending to council to reverse a decision of council.
And we haven't got our expert finance person in the room, but I think what has changed was that there was a Lagoima request, and with the passage of time, and I think we've got that in there, our advice, and it was an MSTL, our legal advice and MSTL advice was that we could release in public the sale money's amount. That's the one thing that's changed, and I think that meant we did not need to reverse anything. But I could be wrong on that one.
Yeah, that's my understanding. I don't recall reversing a council decision. Not to say that my memory is perfect.
Yeah.
Just pulling up the
So if I can continue, so the council decision when deciding to sell the shares was to then take the received monies and apply it to a reserve called the MSDL, sale of shares, and then the discussion of what to do with the money could be taken in future. At that point, it was still not disclosed publicly what that share amount was.
That's right. Yeah, that's right.
Personally, I took a view of, well, we can't spend money that we haven't yet determined what the purpose of that shareholding was in the first place, knowing that the money's been generated by passenger levies, for example, for infrastructure, specifically in Milford. So before council spend it elsewhere, we need to really just check that it is ours to spend. Now, the reason F&A were asked to reverse the decision was the nature of that would mean that in the annual report, the reserve would be actively sitting there transparent with exactly the share amount. And that was then a risk because it would disclose the sale amount. That risk is now not an issue because that sale amount is now public. So I'm back to advocating for we don't have to do anything. We can sit on the money and make sure that if the money is actually intended to be spent on infrastructure in Milford, which there is a community call for, that we do that rather than paying off debt to try and obscure transparency.
Look, I've just found, so you're right, Council, there was recommendation F in the F&A agenda was subject to resolution E, which was to recommend to Council for the uncommitted MSTL funds to be used to repay existing, so that's that hybrid. So subject to resolution E not being agreed to or amended, recommends to Council that the rescinding of 12th of November Council Resolution Clause G. So that was only if E was not agreed to, which E was. So we didn't actually rescind them, did we? Sorry,
No, we didn't.
Yeah. So just conscious as well, Councillor, like I know that you were the only dissenting vote at that time, and just going back to my earlier part about relitigating a previous decision, I'm not sure what you're trying to flag in terms of this part and what's in front of us today.
Well, I can move on to some questions then relevant to today's decision.
Yeah, thank you.
So of the funds received, it's in the report of million
93.24.
So how much of the funds received are sale of 2% shares versus dividends received?
So 907,483 from the sale of the shares, 62.5 repaying the current account, so that's unpaid previous dividends, 120,000 totaling, and 120,000 of dividends, totaling 1,090,000, of which 20,000 was budgeted and committed, leaving 1070 as uncommitted. So I'm just reading from Anne's answers here to that question, Matt.
So there is dividends received in there. So with dividends received, how does that align with the financial and investment strategy that states no return is expected on this strategic investment?
And again, Anne sent through a snip of the investment and liability policy, which says these investments are held for strategic reasons only and not for investment purposes. As such, these investments derive minimal or no revenue to council in the form of dividends. If they do generate sufficient revenue, including dividends, these will be used to offset general rates.
So then, knowing that we've received almost $500,000 of dividends over the last decade, how have these dividends been previously reported as a precedent in the annual report?
Under the interest and dividends in the statement of comprehensive revenue and expenses, the profit and loss statement.
So they've not been separately identified.
So it hasn't been separately identified, but it has gone to the general rates.
That's right.
Policy.
So we've received dividends, but our public-facing documents suggest that we don't receive dividends. Regarding,
I think, hang on, I'll just correct that, because that It says that investment isn't held for the purpose of receiving a return. It doesn't mean that if it gets a return, it's not handled. So the purpose of holding that investment, in my mind, is adequately identified, because we don't hold that for the purpose of receiving. We did receive a dividend, and that has then been applied as per the policy. It's a subsidising general rate. So I don't think there's any.
Or is it? I mean, is it? It's a surprise to some of us, though, that we've received dividends when the answers and public-facing documents have always suggested we don't.
May I wonder if Matt's thrust is to the fact that cumulatively they have added up to $500 million, and that's not being publicly revealed. So perhaps we should have some sort of a threshold. Maybe we need to look at our policies somewhere where this sort of thing gets more, because I know it is there bundled together, but unless you're able to separately identify, he is technically right, the council's purpose is technically right, perhaps there needs to be a threshold beyond which we say, right, this is now considered not minor, significant, and you put it out there.
It's a policy discussion around adding something which we can discuss
accounting practice
and present for
I've just got one last question.
Your Worship, sorry to chirp up from the back. I just want to say one thing. Our financial statements are as per the requirements of the standards of what the financial statements need to publish. So that's one point. In terms of, we can probably put asterisks and somewhere in the commentary write something, but you can't start to fiddle around with that. That's the entire discussion that has happened a few years ago around consistency of reporting from the sector, so you can match what each council's doing. So that was one point about, what you can or can't change in your financial statements. Just on the point of threshold, I just want to state that you could think about that, but unless the threshold was crossed in a particular year, so I'm not quite sure, because this was cumulative. So over the last 10 years, which roughly on average is 50 grand a year or 20 grand a year, that doesn't, unless you establish the threshold at that, which might catch you out on other things. So it's just a consideration that I'm saying you need to think about. It's not.
And again, just touching on, that's a discussion to have at the policy time, probably for F&A with those things rather than in today's. But it's a valid point to raise in terms of that policy.
Just let me finish my last question. Two last questions. So, the 2% shareholding we have reported in our annual reports year in, year out. The sale of the shares this year, we received significantly more than the book value of those shares last annual report. What's the reasons for that value increase?
I didn't quite pick up the question. I'm sorry, Matt. It's breaking up a wee bit. Could you repeat it, please?
We received $907,000 about for the 2% shareholding this financial year. Our book value at the last annual report was around $660, I think it was, and $440 the year before that. So that quite significant increase in value when it came time to sell our shares, why was that value so much higher than what our previous book values had been?
Is that not, just feel free to interrupt me, Jane, if I'm interrupting you, but is that not any different if I was to sell my vehicle right now? My book value of the vehicle is $20,000, and if I get $30,000 for it, the difference is at a point in time that was the value of said asset. And your book value is you always have to record again at a point in time, but it's almost an assumption because you don't know what something's worth until you actually test the market.
Was that independently valued, or how did the valuation come up for the sale agreement?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Well, this is where it crosses into confidential and a bit tricky to talk about.
I wonder the relevance of this discussion to the recommendations today as well.
The relevance is that finance and assurance meeting is explicitly said by staff that what we were being asked to do was to try and make this detail less transparent in the annual report. And that's why I'm questioning these things today.
Sorry, go
Thank you for sending your questions through ahead of time, Matt. There's a comprehensive answer to the less transparent. I can read it out now or circulate it. Would you like me to read it out?
Yeah, please read it out, Jane.
Yes?
Yes, please.
In terms of the comments less transparent, we want to be very clear that that was in relation to the confidential report presented to F&A in June. At that time, we had a legal responsibility to not disclose the sale price unless legally required. The discussion where we noted less transparent was noting to Council that a previous decision by Council to have a separate sale of MSTL reserve could have, at that stage, jeopardised our legal position not to disclose the sale price, as there was no legal reason why we needed to have a separate reserve just for the sale of MSTL. Therefore, we were suggesting to put any monies into an existing reserve to make the sale price less transparent so as not to risk any legal issues that may have resulted had we not done this. And as we've said, this is no longer necessary, and further to the legal advice and agreement of the purchase of the shares to discuss the sale price publicly.
And I think just to add a bit of further context as well around the discussion at the time was there was always an appetite from both elected members and staff to publicly release as soon as we could, but we did have that legal contractual requirement from the sale and purchase agreement, and this is one of the conjunctures of public and commercial intersecting, but there was a genuine appetite from the organisation as a whole to get it in public as soon as we can, which is exactly what's happening today. Well, Councillor Duffy.
Oh, just a question. I mean, I wasn't here, which was my fault when this was discussed earlier. I just got a question regarding that project, if it's the right word, that looked to provide some recreational facility for staff in Milford Sound. And just wondering what the status of that project is. I believe at one point there was 400,000 sort of fundraised or put aside for it. Is that being pursued by the new?
That's in the Milford Community Trust space, so separate from MSTL. So it's probably a whole other welcome in. That's all the core part of it. Well done. That's a separate entity and probably a different day, but that sits at the moment with the Milford Community Trust rather than MSTL. Do you want to say something?
I sat as chair of Milford Community Trust for a short time during that period, and their core project the community was asking for was a community recreation centre, somewhere that there's the drivers, the chefs from the lodge, everyone could have a space to go and recreate. There is a community that fluctuates between kind of 100 and 400 people seasonally. The Community Trust was in hiatus that it was no longer charging operators for money coming into the trust, so I'm not sure where the trust currently sits, stepped down. But there was about $500,000 in assets, and the idea was to ring fence for that project. Part of the reason why I ask some of these questions on the amount of money received by SDC from its strategic investment in the company is during the time that the Community Trust has been in hiatus, the operators within Milford have had their levies increased. So this value increase possibly also reflects that change of collective payment towards the needs of the community or infrastructure within Milford. So that's why even sale of the share point or F&A asking us to take a different path point, or even today, and saying we need to be sure that this money is not collected with the intention of being spent directly within Milford. This is money that's been raised specifically from Milford operators paying for their infrastructure needs and other services within Pepeatahi. And our own investment strategy says we're not in it for the gain. So I'm a bit uncomfortable taking the gain and spending it when the money, you only have to read the news articles and read about the complaints to the Commerce Commission investigating it, and the operators currently forming an independent group to work on how levies could be paid into the future and shared with a bit more transparency. And when I see these accounting practices and shifting how much money did we receive, and if we spend some of it, then it might not, the whole total might not be seen. It just reeks of lack of transparency.
Being seen today, and I think we need to pull this back to the resolution that we've got in front of us, and the entire sale proceeds from our shares in the MSTL have now been put into the public space through both our reporting and through this item today. We don't need to talk about MCT in that piece because it's a whole separate discussion, but I think if we look at the resolution today, what we've got in front of us, it's wrapping up a process that's taken quite some time. We've had a lot of good debate about it. We had some good discussion at that F&A meeting as well. So I'd like to just pull it back to, is there anything you want to add, Anne, since you've entered in? I think we've probably covered off that anyway. So are there any further questions around the recommendations? I might actually take us to what we're looking at.
I just have one, and I wanted to ask this to Matt. Are you, with this particular line of questioning, are you thinking that at some point in time, some of these proceeds that we have received might be clawed back, seeing the original purpose was not met? Is that where you are worried about? That we feel this and some of this might have a claim coming to us?
My fear would be that now that the level of proceeds SDC has received through this transaction,
premium there,
not just the now, but the last decade, now that we're saying, oh, there were actually dividends in that other revenue for the last 10 years. I believe the people of Milford have a pretty strong call to say that that's our money. That's not your money to spend on your council. And I want to do right by the ratepayer and go, we have debt to pay and we need to use money. But when you consider the discussion of Milford, I'm not comfortable spending their money just because it's been received through our channels. It's when all public-facing documents pretend like we don't receive anything.
Which, when you look at, when you go back to the discussion we had at our F&A meeting, and you look at the hybrid use of that money that we've put in, we've actually decided to use that money on the Milford corridor, which is actually, in my view, a lot wider than just Milford Center, which is actually a DOC responsibility. But we were talking about the public convenience loans that are utilised as part of that Milford experience, which, as I've advocated for quite a lot, council as a whole and our ratepayers are actually paying for the privilege of a busload of tourists to stop in Garston and Mosburn and Te Anau to use the toilet paper that we pay for and everything else. So I see this as actually contributing, as we kind of discussed in the last meeting, towards the greater interest. Councillor Weston?
I was just going to pass a comment because I think that's exactly the point, that the corridor is directly assisting the tourism market into Milford, and so it is meeting the aims that you're talking to, Matt, in that it's supplying the economic benefit to that area purely because we're supporting the tourism corridor, and so I fully support it. Yeah.
Just one more question. Do we have any idea where the Concom investigation is here?
It's not relevant to any
this, but just generally, do we have any idea? Because I
don't know if any of this
completely go
when the Concom investigation.
The Commerce Commission investigation,
There wasn't one.
It is done.
They declined to investigate.
Right. So they didn't see substance in the complaint. Right. Thank you. Yeah,
right. I do want to get to a recommendation now.
Final question regarding monies received. Has council ever actually signed a dividends policy from this company?
The dividends policy, what do you mean by sign the dividends policy?
This company would have a dividends policy to pay out dividends, and we appointed 2 directors. So
they would have passed resolutions effectively to pay out a dividend. They wouldn't have potentially not necessarily had a dividends policy. Not everyone does.
If I own shares in Air New Zealand, I don't sign the dividends policy to receive a dividend so we're a shareholder.
So you're saying that our 2 appointed directors during our tenure in this company didn't have a say over dividend payments.
They would have done that as part of the resolutions, just no different than I would have done ourselves.
Cool, so I'm going to take us to our recommendation here. We've got A3B, the note of information in the report. It notes that the matter is assessed as being of some importance but not significant based on our significant engagement policy. We determine it complies with the decision-making requirements. And B, that we're agreeing with the recommendation from the Finance and Insurance Committee to use the uncommitted Milford Sound Tourism Limited loan of $1,070,304 to repay existing public convenience loans outstanding at the 30th of June 2026, with an emphasis on loans taken out for the renewal or refurbishment of toilet buildings along key visitor routes. Someone in a position to move? Councillor Weston, seconded by Councillor Dobson. I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Anyone against? Councillor Wilson? You're abstaining? Yes. Councillor O'Brien is abstaining. Councillor Wilson is against.
Dissenting vote reported.
Your worship, I'll abstain as well.
And Councillor Duffy's abstaining. And that has carried. Thank you, Rory. Thank you, Gary. Thank you, Anne. Okay. I'm going to follow my trend now of disrupting the order of the agenda. I'm conscious that we have some people in the public gallery that I think we're waiting for a particular item and they've been patiently waiting all day. I'm assuming the people are in the room for 8.6, which they may not be. Okay, so no, we'll do Jack's one because I know he's also been patiently waiting. So I'll go back to 8.4, page 97. And thank you, Jack. I saw you rub your hands together after lunch thinking that you were going to be next. So I'll let you go now. And it's probably your first time presenting to council? Yes, it is.
To your worship, I'm not sure we have introduced Jack to everyone, have we?
No.
Oh, okay, right. Sorry, Jack has been sitting at the back. If you'll recall, we had one democracy advisor called Mikkel, and Mikkel did a lot of work around representation review just for, and Mikkel not that long ago, maybe 3 months ago. So Jack has joined us in the team, in the governance team. So he is in Robin's team, and works on various items around governance and it's different committee advisors, but more in the space of advice and policy and that sort of thing. So that's our young Jack.
Thank you. And like I say, welcome along.
Thank you, Your Worship and Councillors. This report asks Council to approve and adopt an updated delegations manual. The changes fall into 3 main areas. First, it incorporates delegation changes already approved by the Chief Executive, largely reflecting staffing changes from the recent regulatory group restructure. Secondly, it updates some Resource Management Act delegations to align with current roles and operational requirements. Third, it updates the Riverton Harbour Subcommittee terms of reference. Staff identified that some of the existing delegations were based on former harbour bylaws and are no longer consistent with the current navigation safety bylaws. The proposed changes remove those outdated delegations, improve the clarity of the terms of reference, and ensure they reflect current practice. Feedback on the changes was sought from both the Riverton Harbour Subcommittee and the Oraka Upper Ema Community Board, and both were supportive of the proposed amendments. Overall, these are largely administrative changes to ensure the delegations manual remains accurate and up to date. And happy for any questions.
Thank you, Jack. Good to see that it's often referred to as a live document and it's living up to its name as being a live document, and it's good to see it's continually updated because it's actually quite an important document in terms of how we operate as a council. Are there any questions? It's a very thorough report. You've given a good description. You passed with flying colours at your first report. So if there aren't any questions for Jack or Vividi, I'll take us to our recommendation here. So we note the information contained in the report. We notice of some importance, complies, and importantly, B, we approve and adopt the delegation manual contained in attachment A. That includes the following amendments: alterations and further delegations made by the Chief Executive since the manual was adopted on the 28th of January this year. Amendments to the RMA 1991 delegations to align with current staffing structures and meet operational needs. and also, like you mentioned, the revised delegations to the Harbour Subcommittee. And we note that these delegation changes will take effect on the date of this resolution. Someone happy to move? Councillor Dobson, Councillor Wooston. No further discussion. Put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone against? That is carried. Thank you, Jack. Thanks for that.
There were a couple of small typos that
You missed. Small window of opportunity.
Sorry?
Pass them on. Okay, I see Elizabeth has entered the room, so I will go to item 8 point something, 8.8 I think it was, 8.6, thanks to Street, which is the request to review conditions of resource consent RMA 2025-53212, which is the Data Grid Hyperscale Data Centre, and we're bouncing like a yo-yo now. We're back to page 271 in our agenda. And I'll hand over to Elizabeth.
Thank you. I will take the report as read. A couple of points. It's important to note this isn't a relitigation of the consent being granted. We're only looking at consent petitions if we decide to undertake 1 to 8 review. The second point, the dates of 11th of March and September actually refer to the ES consent. For SDC, it's the 5th of March and September, and all parties have been advised.
And just, I guess, a bit of further background from my point of view. This is obviously a very hot topic out in the public space at the moment. There was a very well-attended public meeting a couple of weeks ago. Council's role in all of this, and when I say council, I'm referring to this table, is legislatively kind of removed from the very black and white quasi-judicial process of an RMA, and it's followed all of the requirements through that mechanism, and this request, as you'll see, has come from a member of the public for us to kind of explore it. So I guess that's all I can add from my point of view. Are there any questions for Elizabeth? I mean, this is just an information report today as well. Councillor Wilson.
Thanks, Elizabeth. Fully support back in the community's wishes on this. The question I have is, we may be able to get a bit more information around the consent. We may be able to look at whether that information adjusts the consent. On the flip side, is there any information through that process that could inform gaps in the district plan for future consents, like particularly around the acoustics side of things? Our operative district plan wasn't written when this type of activity existed. So this one's kind of got through there, and we can now retrospectively look at some conditions, but our hands are a little bit tied if we then identify a gap in our district plan that is our only tool that we kind of govern. What do we do with that? That's kind of it's not really a question.
It's a very good question, and it's a kind of a rhetorical question, but it almost goes back to our last agenda item around, I think all of our policies, manuals, plans are effectively live documents, although the district plan is not an easy one to change. So we can't say now we want to change a provision in the district plan at our next council meeting. Elizabeth brings us a report and we sign it off as changed, because like the RMA, it's such a regimented legislative process that when you look at the plan changes up and down the country, they quite often end up in Environment Court. And it kind of, so I guess part of the changes that are happening at the moment through the RMA, which will also affect our district plan, and all of that's going to come through 2028, 2029. Thanks.
I'm short answer, Your Worship, is I think the dates have been revised to 2030 and they're going to be changed to land use plans. And at the moment, there's a moratorium on plan changes. Plan changes refer to changes to your district plans. So if you want to make any change to any provisions in the district plan, it's called a plan change. We can't initiate it, but a private party can at the moment.
That's called a private plan change. So
can a member of the public request for council to change it? Like, does that count as a private plan change?
It's not council does not undertake the process. A private plan change is a process that the private entity undertakes.
It could be a member of the public, I guess, to
Yeah,
answer.
but they have to follow the process as opposed to us.
So they bring it to council rather than bringing the request to council to do it. The actual handling of the. It puts us in a bit of a bind for a table when I think Matt's question is a very pertinent one to a whole lot of things, even things like floating saunas. If we look at a lot of the things that we have to deal with, and it's one of the challenges that we face, I guess, almost with the expectations of the public of our role as elected members as well, and it comes into that, I guess, that wider whole of government and system as to where the responsibilities lie and how liquid those responsibilities can be in terms of keeping up with technological changes, keeping up with societal changes, keeping up with a whole lot of things. So, I mean, it's bigger than this room, the conversation, but I think, sorry, I'll let you.
Your Worship, just a couple of things to clarify. Sorry, and this is just in case everyone's not aware of the history, but I'm sure you are. District plan reviews take a long time. So our district plan was actually reviewed in 2012, became operative in 2018. So that's how long it took for the review. So yes, the provisions are actually 2012 provisions, more or less. And it does take a long time currently to review that. One of the RMA changes or legislative changes is to speed up the process. The other part of that is that government's intention is for the district plans not to be as complex as they are currently by cutting down any bespoke provisions that you might have, etc. So they want to standardize everything across the country, have those zones. That is going to take away some of the ability to have any kind of provisions that are outside of what is the norm. Not that it can't do it, but there'll be a different process to follow. So there is an intention to do that. And in direct answer to your question, and sorry, I just also want to clarify the reason I am answering as opposed to Elizabeth, which I'm sure she could. Elizabeth and her team implement the district plan. The environmental policy team, which is Gavin's team, are the ones that make change. So they are the policy and planning team. They make the changes to it. So sorry, hence the reason. Although Elizabeth could well have answered it, but I just knew where we are at with that side of things. And in direct answer to your question, all of the time, anytime the operational teams hit something that is a policy consideration, we do make note of it. So that is not just in the RMA space. We could be hitting something in, any policy space, and we will make a note of it and make sure that it gets rolled up into the revision of whichever policy we're doing. So when we do the land use plan, we just have to wait for that because there might be wholesale changes coming to that. So, but we definitely make a note, and if that means that there's something out there that we need to address through that change, we will. And the spatial planning process itself has been undertaken for that purpose as well. That's a precursor to what do we need to change in the regulatory space, and we're going to start introducing that through the land use plan change.
You just answered my next question because I was going to refer to Julie's Bank of Good Ideas where we keep track of all of these things that we find so that when we do get to the plan change, we not have to go back and ask. We've actually got a starting point of where to.
Through you, Worship. Just around when the resource consent was first lodged, did it have to be publicly notified in the first instance? And if it wasn't, is this part of the reason why the Southland Sustainable Resource Coalition have now put forward their concerns, or any other interested party?
So it wasn't notified. A external decision maker decided that it was non-notified.
Do you know the reasons why they made that decision?
It is in the report in terms of effects for less than minor.
So that's effectively what I touched on before. It's that quasi-judicial, and it's purposely actually set up in the Act not to be politically decided, but to be judicially decided based on sort of black and white.
But it's not black and white, is it?
Yeah. Well, that's the subjectivity of it, but it's a system. I mean, I stated at that public meeting, we don't have to like the system, but it's a system that we're operating in. And yeah, I mean, that kind of, it is what it is. Just Preet? Oh, sorry, I got Brian and then just Preet.
Sure.
Oh, you didn't have your hand up? Sorry. Okay.
I think to start on what Tom was saying, if say in this case, data grid, you get sufficient number of no objections from the immediate neighbors, it turns into non-notifiable, doesn't it?
So they had all the affected parties, so the neighbours.
That's the key thing. If you manage to get that, even something that was supposed to be publicly notifiable becomes non-notifiable.
A default.
You can't consider the effects on those parties that give us affected party approval.
And that helped their case. Now, my question here is, again, theoretical, because we are operating in a regime which never envisioned these hyperscale data centers to be coming to this country. But in recent weeks, there have been announcements, number one from Invest NZ, that said they have been tasked by the government to attract $25 to $35 billion of data centers to New Zealand. And the second announcement that came is there's 3 other data centers coming in the lower south. Are you in touch with any other councils who might be at the initial stages of this to see if there is some learnings or some things to be had? Because they've announced 3 other locations for data centers in the lower south.
Not at this stage.
No. And there's been absolutely no concerns, or nobody's, because I think we've got the first movers disadvantage here, and there might have been some correspondence from others. No.
Not that I'm aware of.
Just something else I want to touch on, because it's something that I learned during this process. I'm always learning in this job, and I have so much respect for the staff that understand all of this stuff, is a lot of the public feedback has been around the electricity usage. So that isn't something that's considered by council in this, because it's so, I mean, it's a core part of this on society, but it's not something that gets considered as part of this process as well. That's correct, eh? Yeah. I'm learning. Matt, and then I might take us through our resolution.
I sent I sent a proposed motion which wasn't needed last week regarding this. One of the second things that I put in that document was acknowledging that the water and the power isn't our scope, but one of the pieces of information from this consent is the interesting factor of how highly productive land policy statement was navigated, and because it was an infrastructural thing, it therefore support the 128 review on acoustics and the district plan. But one of the other lessons I wonder that could be workshopped by council is understanding how the highly productive land national policy statement got navigated by this consent, and whether any of the lessons from that could apply for some of these gridlocked consents, subdivisions for houses and things like that seem to not cross the highly productive land. So it's an interesting precedent. We've seen highly productive land navigated, changing rural zone land to industrial around the networks. Good precedent. We've seen it maybe in another example, and we've seen it here, but we're still struggling to see how does someone trying to build a few houses in a housing crisis navigate highly productive land. So I'm requesting, I don't know if my fellow councillors want it, but I think it would be important for us to understand how this got through highly productive land, and does that give any clues of how we could assist other stuck processes in the district?
I think that would be a good workshop. I think the key word, though, and what you mentioned in your description is national policy statement. So it's not actually council's discretion, but I do see value in that workshop myself. And like I said before, I'm always learning, and I gain a lot out of all of these kind of situations that happen. And the more we know, and as councillors are better, and the more we can actually influence based on a whole lot of stuff at that national level. Nothing frustrates me more than these national policy statements that come down most of the time without funding for us to have to go and implement and work on, and then we wear the criticism of them ourselves. And when that's been one thing that's come through here, is we're wearing a lot of criticism for top-down legislation, and it's something that needs to change. So, yeah, I would support having that workshop now. And I see Elizabeth nodding.
Just one last thing, Rob. I wonder if, since we put in a separate tab on the website that covers data grid because of all the interest there, would this process be also popped up there? so that people know what is happening? Because unless somebody's watching this council meeting, they probably.
Edit?
Yes, please, because
Yeah, I
otherwise
think-
they would have no idea.
Yeah, that's a very good point, Councillor, and I think actually for anyone that is watching, we do have a specific page on our website under resource consent.
Yep.
So if you look at proposals of public interest, there's a separate tab.
And that was one thing, again, touching on our continuous improvement, one lesson that came out of this was actually having that information, and it came out of the floating sauna as well, is having our information very easily accessible for people to actually see what's going on, particularly stuff in the public interest. So again, just acknowledging the team, you responded within a day and got that up. So I think that is important in terms of having that accessibility to that information. So thank you. Okay, so we've got the easiest recommendation of the day, second easiest on the agenda. We don't have a thing to look at. We've just got A, that we note the information contained in the report. So I'll move from the chair. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Boper, aye. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Anyone against? That is carried. Thank you, Elizabeth. Okay, so.
You don't have a gender.
Your
Oh, your
gender?
gender. Okay.
Big shoes to fill there, Mr. Chief. All right, 8.3, page 89, and Cameron is, no. 8.3, district initiative, no, sorry. I saw district, it's not 8.3, 8.5. I saw district. District funded project update, 25-26, my apologies.
So thank you. Jendi sat patiently online earlier, but then had to go. So she sent me through the notes that she was going to talk to. Dave's now bravely come in to back me up, but I'll read out what she sent, Dave, and we'll handle any other questions as they arise at a later date, I suspect. So, Jendi says, thank you for the opportunity to present the report. Mark Day is away as well, so that's what she was jumping in. So her apologies for not being here. She's worked her future schedule so she can be at these meetings in the future for this report, but she couldn't do it this week. So this report is the first quarterly report, and she's interested in the feedback on this first one so she can develop a template that comes back to you, ensuring that we're providing the detail that you as council require. So you are invited to contact her directly or email feedback on how to make sure we get this shaped well. The report provides council with the year-end position for the 25-26 district funded capital works program. It also is the first of what will be regular quarterly updates to council, not the financial provided because we're still dealing with the soft close. The reason for bringing this reporting directly to council is that while the community boards have a strong interest in these projects and often advocate for them, decision-making responsibility for district-funded activities sits with council. So this reporting will give council clearer and more regular oversight of delivery, expenditure, risks and any changes to the program. It does not change or duplicate the role of the community boards. Overall, the year-end position is positive. There were 28 approved projects across cemeteries, community housing, council offices and buildings, public conveniences and parks and reserves, with a combined approved budget of approximately 9.88 million. Of those 28 projects, 11 are complete and a further 9 are actively underway, whether in physical delivery, design and consenting or procurement. Together that means 71% of the projects and 95% of the total program value are either complete or actively progressing. Only 2 relatively small projects have not yet started. 6 projects have been carried forward into 26-27 for identified reasons, including procurement timing, contract availability and budget changes previously agreed by council. The attachment provides a detailed position for every project, including its status, budget, expenditure and an explanation where there is a material variance. A few highlights include the completion of the cemetery software implementation, cemetery beams at Wyndham and Woodlands, several community housing painting and roofing projects, the Tuatapere Library exterior repaint and toilet project, Lions Park in Te Anau and Half Mile Road in Tuatapere. Work is also progressing on the B2B project, community housing refurbishment, the district-wide library program, the Garston toilet refurbishment and disposal field, and the combined reserve management plan review. The program is not without delivery pressures. Contractor availability, procurement timeframes, consenting requirements, and increasing project costs continue to affect the timing of some work. However, the projects that have been carried forward have clear reasons and identified next steps, rather than simply having stalled. The next report will come back to Council in December and will provide an update on progress across the 26-27 program. The recommendation today is Council notes this report and notes that the next quarterly update will be provided in December. Wendy said she was happy to take questions. I'm slightly less enthusiastic personally, and Mark would also be available if he was here. Dave may be feeling really confident.
Hot seat, last minute.
So that's probably the best place to leave that.
Well, thank you.
Sorry about that.
We asked for this report, we've received it, that's good. I appreciate this coming through and also appreciate the desire to take feedback on board to get to land it exactly where we want it. So I guess I'll open it up to the table. Are there any questions or feedback on the report? Jendi or Dave to see if they're able to answer it. Otherwise we can pass our feedback on to Jendi. Paul?
Oh, just the pensioner flat, if you want to call it that, at 56 Seaward Road. I see there's a procurement plan signed off, request for quote documents to release in August. So delivery is carried into 26-27. So we can assume that that should be completed by June next year.
That's probably a Dave question, isn't it?
As, although I'm not directly involved in that one through my team at the moment, I believe Mark and them have progressed it after sort of changed direction. That's what never sort of happened in the previous years when we were quoting, and it's got a lot more, the scope changed. So my understanding, talking to Mark last time about it, is he is close to getting that out to now progress that for repricing and remarketing. So
it's probably been about 3 years at least.
It's been through a lot of iterations. So with that in mind, if he's close to it like he says he is, he should be aiming for delivery by June.
And I guess one of the reasons why we were requesting this report, and it is effectively when I'm looking at a line-by-line report, it gives us oversight of everything that's happening. So those kinds of questions can be, I guess, preemptively asked rather than sometimes we were finding out after something was an issue. So I think this is it's good that it's even highlighted that kind of a question. So the report's serving a purpose from Brian, did you?
So just to clarify something, with the Riverton Cemetery land purchase, I read that it's the ground penetrating radar stuff's been done, and that's going to allow us to make the decision. But I read somewhere else that the land's been purchased.
No, the land hasn't been purchased. It was to be the project was they were planning to potentially purchase land. So I was catching up with Lance on this one. They then decided to, actually Kevin's here as well, to do some ground penetrating radar checks to see if some current land was usable, and it's looking fairly favourable in that space at this stage. So that land purchase may not have to happen yet.
So it hasn't happened. Yeah, that's just the way I read it.
No, definitely hasn't happened. We had some discussions with some interested, some neighbouring property owners. However, we felt it's more beneficial to, in the first instance, ensure that we could use all the existing land that we've got there. There were some historical reservations around it being available for use, and the only full way we could close that issue off, was to do the ground penetrating radar to see if anything shows up in that area. We haven't had the details of that back yet. It's been done. We're still a couple of follow-ups. We're still wanting them to get the information. But if it is clear, the advice from Parks to do our interments is that land can be used, provided it's clear. We're just waiting on that detail before we can make that decision. Now, if it is clear, then based on probably the discussions we had previously about the available space that we've got in our cemeteries, I think the number from memory was something like we have 90 years of space available at that Riverton Cemetery, which gives us the opportunity to maybe not do that project at this point in time of purchasing more land.
Thank you, Kevin. Doesn't look like there's any further questions, so no questions for Kevin. That looks like you're off the hook. So we've got a couple of recommendations there that we note the information contained in the report, and we note that a further update on the district-funded project program will be provided to council. Isn't it scary that the next quarter is December? I won't even reflect on that. 2026. Someone in a position to move? Councillor O'Brien, second by Councillor Somerville. I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Anyone against? That is carried. Thank you, Dave. Thank you. Right. Next, we have our management report. Are you going to be Cameron again?
Fantastic, yes. So it's very good to see the back of the room filling up with the actual subject matter experts. Obviously, we've spent a bit of time already today on other topical matters, but this report shows some of the other things that the team have been working on over the last period. Particular of interest for John on Stewart Island has been the work on the energy project, which has been very sustained. But there's been a lot of other things going on. The financial information system implementation's going well, and there's lots and lots of activity in the rest of the IT space. The A3s are here. We do have a couple of apologies. Unfortunately, Hartley had to go, and Kevin Johnson on Lochiora. So unless there's been a sort of a delegation amongst the rest of the team. Cool. So my recommendation, Your Worship, is you just jump to the A3s and we'll rattle through those.
Cool. Thank you, Cameron. And on that recommendation, I will do exactly that. And first up, which is probably the hardest one given what you just said, is community facilities. So is there...
Well, funnily enough, if this will just wake up again, right. So, again from Jendi, who's now on a plane, but very thoughtfully provided some notes. There are a couple of points that she would have highlighted had she been here. The renewal of the mowing, gardening and cleaning contract has now been completed with the contracts awarded at time. The team has also developed a new contract auditing application, which is currently being trialled and will support monitoring requirements under the new contract. First drafts of the reserve management plans are now available for community board review. She intends to receive a briefing on the project within the next fortnight to ensure it's tracking to the principles that we set out in the beginning of the project to make these plans workable and accessible for our community. Looking ahead, the immediate priorities include coastal planting at Taramia Bay and Bath Road. The Tokanui Wyndham Playground refurbishments have just finished. Progressing community housing work and continuing to bring projects to market. The team is also working with the community project planning team to confirm the 26-27 program and the project scopes. Service performance remains strong. All 104 requests for service received in June were completed on time. 99% completed on time across the full year, and open space target was exceeded, and the water facility requests also finished above target. Principal areas being monitored are delivery against the work program, increasing costs and pressure on project budgets, contract availability, the additional internal resource required to implement and actively manage the renewed contracts. These are currently recorded as high risks with mitigation actions in place. And finally, the financial information remains subject to completion of the year-end process and the FMIS transition. No significant change to the previously reported position has been identified, with the draft annual report expected in early September. And she said she would happy to take questions, which I'm previously discussed, less so.
Cool. Well, I am going to ask a couple of questions from the chair first. It's pleasing to see that all the requests for services were done on time. I have received feedback from the public around the RFSs, around not so much them not being done on time, but the communication feedback loop in terms of letting people know that they have been done. Because I know I've talked about this before, but there's a tab on Antenno that has responses in it. So there's an expectation that someone's going to get a response. So even though the request's been completed, people don't know. I see Louise is
and Victoria
as well.
I want to present
Victoria's going to mention her report. Okay, I'll park that one. The second one, and excuse the pun, it's in the weeds, but just around the Taramia Bay planting project that I don't know anything about other than the headline today. I don't know if that's been tendered or anything yet as to who's going to do it, but I do know of, and I don't know if it's even still going, but there was a couple of young school students that set up in Riverton a planting business. And when I think of the name of it, I'll email it through, but it might be quite cool to approach them if that's not going to interfere with your tendering or whatever else has happened, but that's just something that came to my mind when you mentioned it. And then I'll be quiet. And are there any other questions for Mr. Spread?
On the financial side, in the budgets where they talk about a rescoping may be required where contingency values are insufficient, what sort of quantum are we talking about here? Is this substantial enough to be either discussed again, or what to a workshop are we?
That's a rescoping.
Rescoping, and that the contingencies are not found enough. Are we talking of 1, 2 odd projects, or is this across the board?
Sorry, I missed the start of the question. I was making a note from.
In the budgets and cost control, where there's talk of the contingencies not being sufficient.
Yeah,
So is that across the board, or is that specific projects?
I think it's a conversation that possibly when we're discussing stuff with the boards, I can't speak for Mark himself. They're talking about budget number as opposed to that budget number should include contingencies. So when they're going to the job, they're thinking that's what they're going to spend on the job, when in reality, a portion of that should be set aside. So we're finding contingencies haven't been allowed for. And what's happening is you get to the budget, and then we've still got unknowns come in, and therefore it's pushing us over the budget a bit.
So I guess that's my question. Are we saying the contingencies were not enough, or were they not available at all? Are we
not conveyed correctly or allowed for correctly?
Or not allowed for? Right, because that's a different issue. If it's not a cost escalation, it's rather not having the contingencies there.
And there's been quite a lot of discussion around the boards as well, around that kind of scoping process, and the more accurate the scoping we do, the better it is. But if you're planning a project in 2032, it can't really be scoped now because the world's going to shift. So it's that kind of balancing that and just making sure that we're getting as close to. So I think it's kind of a challenge, I think, for the project team.
And I presume this would always be.
It's also, like you said, if you're planning something 10 years out, it's when you pick it up and refine that down to get a better estimate for the team. We're just going to get a bit better at that across the board.
I guess just looking for some sort of assurance that this is not some massive blowout. This is just routine. I guess that's where I'm coming from.
That's a good question.
Oh, it's a bit frivolous, really, and Julie will know better than me, but just with that Tokanui playground, I just wonder, should we be putting something in their local school newsletter or something to say that that's done? It's a bit of a PR thing. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if there's people in the community don't even know. Do you know, Julie?
Dave, did you want to speak first, Julie? Or?
Well, it was taped off and now it's scaffolding up and now it's not. So, yeah, people are well pleased that it's there.
It doesn't hurt them to get a reminder of who put it there.
That's right.
I was just going to say, so it was really recently, so that was one of the dates. A little bit of tidy up work. It was literally finished in the back.
Thank you. Right, Councillor Sutherland.
Just question around the Lions contracts about comments about at this time of year doing cyclic work, which sounds good when reading the report, but I get a lot of comments about the Winton Township being untidy, the untidiest it's looked for a long, long time. And then I see another comment down there is that any extras requested from the contract manager. So I presume that's from the board, or who decides what's getting done, the bits that aren't specifically mentioned about who does what. I struggle with who's doing what at the moment.
Is that part of what the app's been designed to address as well? If I've heard that question right? Or
That's not something I'm involved with on that one, sorry.
that might be a good question to refer on to Gen D.
And just one other thing, with the CCTV cameras, are they not finished yet?
I can give you an update on that. As of literally the beginning of this week, they're practically complete. So we're going through, we've got walkovers and handover documentation.
Lots of thumbs up happening. A round of applause there.
Put that one to bed.
Cool. Thank you for that. Right, so I see Victoria sitting on the edge of her seat, so I might move on to the customer support and library.
Wonderful. Your Worship, esteemed councillors, it's great to be here today. I do want to start off with Inteno, so while I welcome questions around the report, there are a few things that I would like to highlight. So in collaboration with Comms, we have actually found a way to put a response in Inteno. I knew you'd be excited. Thank you. So essentially it is a manual process, and essentially our team already manually enter that Inteno into RFS anyway, and then we'll go into Inteno and acknowledge that they have lodged a request for service. We'll also then provide them some guidance on how to actually, if they want to proactively follow us up. To your point before, Rob, about post that acknowledgement though, so providing further updates, we haven't got that far yet. Okay.
I think just some acknowledgement is actually good, because the person that raised it with me said that they'd seen the job had been completed, but there was no communication from when they raised it. So they were really pleased that it was done in good time, but they didn't actually know that it had been done other than looking at it. So yeah, I think that will really help, even as a first step. So thank you.
That's okay, it's my pleasure. We're really excited to start doing this in August. We're just finalising the wording of Comms, and it's a pretty easy one to implement for them. So that's okay. Second thing I want to highlight is just around agent and our telephony messaging and the request to kind of review that and review it. We have started work on that as well. Quite a few messages with agent, more than I expected. So we'll look to implement that in September at this stage as well. And third and final thing, I just want to shout out to the library team. So they met their KPIs this year. A specific call out to the programming. We've got an incredible coordinator named Natasha Ecker, or not commonly known as Tash, who's done an amazing job. And based on last year, we've increased again with 29%, which is a pretty impressive result, I think, from the team. She's a pretty amazing person. I'm not sure if anyone's been to our programming, but she plays the guitar, she does sing-along, she's got finger puppets. It's really impressive to go to.
I managed to get a presentation.
But any questions at all?
Thank you. Any questions? Good report, and great to have some positive stuff happening, and great to have some action happening from the people. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Right, looks like Dave's back in the hot seat for PDT.
Thank you. In the interest of time, because I know it's been quite a long day, we'll take the report as read. Just a quick summary of a few of the key things with the report. As expected, we indicated previously there was going to be a huge push after Christmas with a lot of work happening in the later part of the year. So the team was very, very busy through to the end of June at getting as much as possible done. And it was good to see they closed out some key projects like Terramata Bay and stuff. And further 9 bridges were delivered over the course of the year, which now brings their total to 17 for the year, which is really good. So we're on target with that large bridge program over a span of multiple years. In addition, the team has been working very hard, and we have a lot of projects advanced, although not complete. They're well into progress, and particularly your big builds with It was good that they've finally broken ground on the actual build of the wastewater treatment plant itself. So that's now running in conjunction with the pipeline from the township. So that's quite a major undertaking for the team up there. And the significant stormwater upgrade in Wyndham's, we've actually awarded a second phase of that, so it'll continue another 125 metres further than what it was. There's a bit more still in the budget through the Three Waters team that they're able to progress that, because it's meant to actually finish another few hundred metres up, so we're able to get that a little bit further than we were expecting. You'll note with respect to year end, we finished about 45 million of spend, which is about 54% of what was anticipated. It's worth noting, however, and it's sort of reflected through in the community facilities report, very similar stats, is there's a lot of work that's actually committed and in progress. And when we talk about that, we talk about it's actually contracted or due to physically start, just hasn't physically started, so it's well underway. So you have about 5.5 million or 22% of that carry forward is sitting in jobs that are actually completed, but there's a balance of funds. An example of that would be the rehab program that was completed for you this year came in about 1.3 million under budget. That money will actually carry forward to do further work for the network, because the program itself, they weren't possibly potentially able to fund some jobs. That'll help prop that up. So, and you've got about 13.6 million or 54% of your jobs in that carry forward that are actually underway. So it's still, that totals to 76% of what we're expecting for a carry forward. So happy to take questions.
So it almost creates a different perception to what's actually going on if you look at just the number of what's getting carried over. I just got a question for you, Dave. From a governance point of view, when you look at these, and these tables are really good, there's two red lines there in the risk factors. So I mean, you've kind of touched on them already, but so the works program not meeting targets and the budget and cost control, which I think relates to the earlier one with the rescoping. Are you comfortable enough with the mitigation actions in those that they are kind of highlighted as in the red in the, Julie, matrix?
I think there's still work to be done, and that's part of some of the stuff that's going on behind the scenes at the moment. We're looking at how some of those processes work and how we can improve the processes and make things happen. It is that realistic estimating and forecasting we talked about, having those right conversations. So there is work to be done in that space, and it is happening behind the scenes.
Do you anticipate in the future that they will start to change colour and get more orange and yellow and ideally green? But do you see it sort of being red for quite a while as we navigate? I mean, you read this report, you can see a heap of work going on as well. I mean, it's not like you're sitting in your hands doing nothing as well. You're actually doing some really good work. But just wondering about the kind of, as these reports progress, do you see it getting easier or do you see it getting harder?
That's the goal, to improve that. And if we can improve our processes and some of the stuff, there's a mountain of work has to go on. So if we can even streamline, make that slightly more efficient, that's got to be beneficial to improve it.
I think just reflecting on the positives as well, and looking at that Taramia Bay playground opening, you can see some successful projects that are coming in on time, even under budget sometimes too, which is good, and seeing that Colic Bay surfer I keep referring to, but it's a really great example of council working with the community together and providing your expertise to help the community project get something off the ground. And I think there's some really good examples here of how council can support the community really well, and looking at that huge list of the priorities in the coming months. They're not small projects either, so you're doing a good job. Thank you. Any other questions? Cool. Thank you, Dave. Right, next up is this forestry, is it?
Pretty much.
Yep.
You go. Now, is this your, no, it's not your first time coming up, is it?
Second time. Second time makes it a habit, doesn't it?
That's right.
Very good. Thank you for your time. Good afternoon. I've written it down before I cover the points here. This is an activity summary report for the May and June months of the 2026 forestry portfolio, which we'll take as read. I'll provide a short summary on health and safety, forest activities, performance, and future planned work. Please note, any financial information contained in the report is subject to end of year processing and accordingly should be treated as indicative only. Health and safety, during May and June, there were no notable health and safety incidences. Nice and short. Forest activities. During the previous 2 months, our forestry contractor completed harvesting at Gowan Hills and completed silviculture and spraying activities across the other forests. The OI Forest had a 36.5 hectare of tree planting completed and 3.2 hectares of land was retired due to shading rules. No deforestation liability was incurred as the post-1989 area component is below the 2 hectare threshold to trigger that. Wilpokaya and Dipton had similar size areas of thinning completed, and in the Dipton forest a survival survey was completed which found varying results between 61 and 87% due to a spike in Hylastes beetles. The forest has been blanked and returned to stock levels. In terms of performance, the portfolio has experienced a turbulent time since subject to the geopolitical situation in the Middle East, weakened log prices due to soft Chinese demand, and a weak domestic construction sector. As a result, harvesting cost went up, affecting the bottom line. Gowan Hills continued the preceding trend. Douglas fir yield was down by 13.6%, resulting in thinner logs which fetched a lower market price. However, the Primus radiata yield was up by 17.1%, offsetting the lower yield of the Douglas fir by some degree. Considering the overall yield variance, reduced quality of logs, increased in diesel cost, positively an improved sales price negotiated by our contractor, the actual adverse impact of the portfolio was minimized. However, it remains unfavorable by approximately 10.4%. As a result of the completed harvest, Gowan Hills will incur deforestation liability if it's not replanted within 4 years, and it's scheduled for replanting in 2027, so it should negate that liability. Future work, we're currently working with our contractor to reforecast 2026-27 planned activities to ensure that all current variables are accounted for, and the Dipton Forest is currently scheduled for thinning the remaining 112 hectares during the current financial years. That concludes the summary. Got any question?
Thank you. Good summary. Are there any questions from the table? Yes.
Thank you. Is there any treatment for the Hylastes beetle from there, because it's eating on the rotten wood? But
I'm no expert in the Hylastes beetle. Until this report, I've never heard of them. So,
I'll bring that to your third presentation. There's 2 beetles I've learned about this year, the stag beetle and the... sorry, another one.
And also, the retired area due to shading, what are we actually going to do with that?
That also I can come back to you at. Yeah, so I know it's been retired, but I don't know if there's any future plans put in place for managing the land itself.
I'm thinking that it would probably be better to plant it in something that's slow growing, even if it's flax or something, to keep suppress the the weed. We'd just be spraying gorse and pruning otherwise, I think. So we should be doing something with it to try and make it look a little bit better and save the cost of continued spraying.
Councillor Bryant and Councillor Dobson.
Through your worship, thanks for the report. Just with regards to the Gowan Hill harvest being completed and the concerns around the liabilities associated with replanting, is that in alignment with some uncertainty around where the ETS reform was sitting at prior to this report? My understanding is that the government may have set new parameters around that ETS in the last sort of 24 hours or so. Are you aware of any of that at all?
Not at present.
Not at present?
Don't know if any of us are looking by surprised.
Yeah, as I say, I've just heard it in the last 24 hours, but obviously there were concerns around reduced incentives for reinvesting into large-scale forestry around that. I mean, that's one of the concerns, well, one of the potential concerns that we've got in this report, so it'll be quite good to get an update on that.
Yep.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just wondering in regards to that retired space on the roadside, as Councillor Keith was saying around putting, whether it's a flax or a low-growing slow growing sort of thing that's going to last forever. Is there any areas that you're aware of that may be future retired that could be put back into native? I'm just thinking big picture stuff around the likes of the slash and the risk that may come from that. It's probably not the same as what it would be on the east coast, but I'm just thinking around getting out of some of those gullies where there's access to forestry might be a bit harder or a bit destructive around some places that we could put back into native. Is there anything in the planning for that, do you know, or aware of?
Not that I'm aware of, but yeah, I do think it's a great suggestion.
No further questions? Thank you for that.
Sorry.
Paul.
Just on that, I just wondered if you never know, if you sort of look across the board, there might be something even that has got some financial return in it. We don't know about, but
so we're definitely worth.
we know something that's got a financial return. But
I was thinking that.
Thanks, Councillor. Thank you, Hugo. I see Jeff is eagerly waiting to come up to the table and tell us about Three Waters.
Good afternoon, Council. Good afternoon, Worship. So, the report for May and June, obviously it was still a very, very busy period for the Three Waters team. We have a lot of continuing projects that the project delivery team are delivering for us, being the Manapori Wastewater Treatment Plant and Pipeline and Balaclava Street Stormwater. So they're still ongoing with some completion dates around December this year. So we're also heavily into design and mainly now into procurement for a project for 26-27 period, which we have a lot of projects on. So a lot of them are well designed and going through. We're just kind of working now with Invercargill City Council when they release their projects. So we're not doubling up and we're kind of sharing the market and kind of working with understanding where the market's at. So projects will start to be procured in the next few weeks. We're still working heavily with WEPS, the Wastewater Environmental Performance Standards. So at the end of June, we applied for 2 consents, being Endale Wyndham and Gorge Road. So those 2 consents are being lodged, and obviously very early on for nationwide for anybody applying for them under the WEPS consent. So that's underway. It'll be interesting to see how that pans out. Also well underway with Local Water Done Well, developing our annual plan, long-term plan, those kind of things. So there's a lot of development work going on with that. I suppose projects of note we've done is a new Winton aerator. So any smells we had, hopefully that'll put that to bed. And we've also done a lot of work around the Riverton pump stations. And the rising pipes that come out of the pump stations have all been replaced from the old asbestos to now stainless steel. So all Riverton and any environmental risks and hazards we faced with that have now all been replaced, all bar one, which is programmed for a bit later in the year with finer weather. Also, health and safety auditing. Myself and our team have been out doing some audits, so you'll see that in the top right-hand corner. We've been out and done a lot of auditing around environmental and health and safety processes, working through those. So, are there any questions?
Yeah, I've got one. Thanks, Jeff. Just in relation to the work that you've been doing with the IA, which is now MSIT, and Te Mata Arawai, is that work continuing? Are you comfortable with where that work's kind of at, engaging with them about the standards and all of the plants and all of that? How's that tracking?
Absolutely. We had a really good constructive meeting again with them last week, and I'm really happy to be able to announce that the work we've done to date with the IA have announced that Balfour will be compliant under the WEP standards as it is. So that's a real major win for us, because we obviously had a significant amount of money under the long-term plan with that. There is a couple of caveats around that, and that's around changing some locations of water sampling and different other things like that, but very, very minor stuff, and we believe we can overcome them. So that plant could possibly look at an extension and a rebuild as opposed to a full bulldozer greenfields upgrades. So
Councillors won lotto. But yeah, thank you. That's and I think you need to pat yourself on the back too for that work to get it to that point. But that's significant. So that's really cool. Thank you.
And to answer your question, going over we're working with them really, really closely on a lot of other projects. So we've got the list in front of us. So we are dealing with town. We give them a lot of our sampling data, so they're working with true quality data, and they're great to work with. Yeah. Yep.
Awesome. Councillor Somerville.
Just a question for you, Jeff, regarding health and safety, and you've done 24 audits. You're finding from the audits, obviously your line of business is high risk. Are our contractors performing? Are you striking issues or what?
I think, through your worship, to answer a few questions, we're in that transition with the traffic management where we've gone from the old COPTM through to risk-based. So there is a few areas where we've had to adjust and learn a little bit, and so's our contractors. So it is a journey we're learning around that. I think, to be fair, there's some challenging times for our contractors at the moment. They haven't really had a break over that winter period like they would have. They've been busy on a lot of our projects. So I think they're probably getting a little bit fatigued and things like that, and missing the basics possibly. Yeah. So, but I think from that, a really good response from them, the willingness to adapt and change and comply. Yeah.
It's good that we're actually, I guess we're front-footing it by going out there and looking, so we're catching things almost before they happen and being aware, and you're obviously aware of the extenuating circumstances that they're operating in as well, and I think having that, it comes back to, and you touched on it before, with good quality data, good quality, you've got your eye on the ball of what's going on, and I think that's quite comforting from our view. Councillor Keys.
3 questions again. Thanks, Jeff. The Balaclava Street, did we know that it was going to take this long?
No, Your Worship, no, we didn't. The program date was have a completion of May. So the contractors come across a few delays. We're working through them with them, but we have noted that they have picked up their performance in production since probably April. I think we've been working with them to increase productivity.
That will be appreciated.
Acknowledged, thank you.
And also, what are our plans for the business unit of Three Waters? Are we for further, if you like, or making it more obvious that it's a separate or enhanced separate entity sort of thing or operation? Read of one council that had it specifically on their website where it was there and a dedicated sort of part of the website to Three Waters. So I was thinking that it would probably be a good idea to enhance our reporting in that way.
I might be better to answer that one. We have until maybe 12 more months to work that out. So we're in line with the current requirement. Those that were going into CCOs had to do stuff earlier, and some councils have invested a lot in separate governance. We are still taking the practical.
Yeah, no, this was one that was doing anything else, so I'll have to do a bit of research on what the name was, because I thought it was it was an obvious way of differentiation, I feel like.
The other part of that will be separating the charges out as well. So we have that in our work program, we just haven't finally finalised how that will be, and that actually will be.
Awesome.
Cheers, Jeff. Just a question on, it's going to be contract performance, I guess, for stormwater maintenance. It's got commentary here on wastewater and drinking water, but just overall, how stormwater maintenance contracts performing? I know we had a few issues in Lumsden with just pipes needed cleaning out. Have we got a good maintenance regime in place now that's ensuring all that general keeps happening?
So through you, Worship, in the last 2 years we've gone through and we're in a continuing plan to monitor and to identify and to monitor and to clean out our open ditches. So that's a major thing. So that hasn't been complete. So in our GIS system there will be a new layer for ditch maintenance open ditch that we will clean. So that'll be a cyclic job that's in the LTP that'll just continue on. I think a lot of our stormwater maintenance is still reactive, so it's where we hear of hotspots, where we have flooding on properties that we don't know about. We're dealing with them. We deal with them on an individual basis and knock them off. And the other really ultimate maintenance we do is grills and sump maintenance for outlets into our lake Tianels, into Riverton Harbour, things like that. So we keep a monitor of them. So that's ultimately, and obviously we do the sampling regimes and compliance along those sides of it. So it's still within the Three Waters contract, within the current O&M contract, and it will continue to be so. Yeah.
Is it right that there's a bit of a difference between stormwater infrastructure and a culvert on a road? That's a roading thing, not a stormwater thing, and sometimes it can be a bit of confusion of which is which. But I guess that's figured out, sorry Julie, in a matrix of what's stormwater contract versus what's roading.
We have a list. We look after the townships. I think it's probably the easiest way to look at it. So, even your smaller townships, your Drummonds, those kind of smaller townships. But we look after the townships, whereas roading look after our rural roads.
Thanks for that. Cheers.
One of the advantages of being under the same roof as well is you can talk to roading across the corridor, and I think that's going to be quite helpful in terms of it is actually all interconnected. Councillor Duffy.
Just regarding that Wyndham stormwater project, is there liaison with the community board or the community about the latest time?
Yeah, there has, for your worship. There's been a lot of emails going through the CPL for that, so it's been going through this week. There's been a lot of information being put out by the project team around. At times, we've done a lot of letter drops to members of the public that are affected, to businesses that are affected. I think the communication, from what I've reviewed, has been very, very, very good.
Thank you.
Thank you. Looks like there's no further questions, Jeff, and thank you. And yeah, that's quite a celebration on that ballot line, so once again, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Cool. Right. Quite an agenda to turn over. What are we up to now? Transport. Roy.
Good afternoon, Your Worship and councillors. Ultimately I'll take the report as read, but I'll go over some of the key points. Dave has actually already touched on some of the key highlights from a delivery perspective, namely the bridge contract's well underway, as Dave alluded to. Further to that, we are looking to enhance the program with a further 10 to 12 bridges for this financial year, which we're currently seeking NZTA approval on. And parallel to that, we're getting the contract document drawn up, being mindful of delivery time. Pavement rehabs, again, a successful season with them all delivered and under budget. So there's carry forward budget there. And again, got the 26-27 program well underway with designs expected to be out to market early September. It's a really positive space to be in. Key achievement would be getting the Road Maintenance Alliance contract signed up and subsequently transition for one supplier. So two of the contracts were retained by the incumbent supplier, with the FOVO Alliance having a changeover. That transition is going pretty well to date, early days, but all things considered, progressing very well. Financially, as I touched on, there was a carry forward for the rehabs, which will ultimately end up in an enhanced program, which is positive. And there was a carry back in the bridges because we ended up delivering quicker than forecasted. So again, really positive story. And upcoming priorities will be, again, the implementation of the new alliance contracts and ultimately the activity management plan with our indicative bid numbers for NZTA due at the end of this month, 28th of August. So that's the key priority for the asset management team at the moment. And at that, I'll open it up to the table for questions.
Very extensive report again, as usual. So, any questions from the table? Councillor East.
Somewhat just a question. Are there any plans to take the gravel off the side of the road following the rally that went through around our area?
I'm not aware of that issue, but I can certainly follow it up if that's...
I did tell somebody the other day that they should put a request for service it.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a lot of stones on the side of the road when they go around the corner. So the gravel was removed from the road. Yeah.
Just a question on the strategic planning priorities. There's the certificate of compliance for the Tom McGallick Bridge. I'm just wondering, is that certificate of compliance specific to that one bridge and situation, or is it something that could be, I guess, now precedent set that could be utilised for other bridges facing similar situations? I know when we looked at this process, the concern was individual consents to do flood mitigation bridge by bridge would be extremely expensive. So I'm just wondering if there's anything we can learn from this certificate of compliance process to apply elsewhere in the district.
Absolutely a good question, and one that I can't give a confirmed answer for, sorry. Certainly happy to follow up on it. My understanding is it's specific to that bridge at this point in time, but the conversation has been broader about exactly that, of how it can be applied at a larger scale going forward. But I'll follow up with the wider team on that one.
I know Hartley's been working with Haley at ES around that border.
Is anyone aware if that has a cost significantly less than a process? The certificate of compliance, is it a more in-principle agreement that didn't necessarily need all the technical attributes to...
Hopefully.
I'm just interested on what it looks like, what it costs, how it can be used in the future. Would be great to know in the future.
That's probably a Hartley question, is it? So we can bring that back in. Yeah, thank you. No, I think it'd be good to actually bring it back to everyone because it's an area of playing.
I heard people saying apparently that some of that rally course got graded in the few days before the rally. I don't know, was that intentional or is that?
Through your worship, certainly wasn't intentional. It was instructed not to be, but anyway, through miscommunication ended up. So, yeah. But unfortunate.
Cool. Thank you. There's nothing further. Thank you very much for that, Roy. A lot of, again, we'll sit here and we go for an A3, but there's a heap of work going in behind this, and I think the fact that we're not raising a whole lot of problems, you're doing a good job, so thank you. Environmental health and compliance. Dave's going to come back up again.
Different Dave.
Betty, welcome Dave. And Adrian is online too, I believe. G'day, Adrian. Right, who wants to go first?
Tēnā koutou katoa, tēnā koe your worship, tēnā koutou councillors. I'm going to take the summary report as read and just happy to answer any questions if you have.
Thank you. We'll do questions for Betty first, I think, before we go through. It's again a good report, and yeah, a lot of work going on clearly in your space. Any questions? Cool. Over to Dave.
Through the chair. Good afternoon, everyone. I'll take the report as read. Just a couple of things I'll bring up. One is in May, June section, animal control officers did a lot of work ringing our problem childs from last year in relation to registration. I'm pleased to announce we're up to 93% of our dogs registered now, and most of the ones we had problems with last year, chasing them around doing our have registered. That was very pleasing to see. Other than that, through the chair, is there any questions?
Through you, do you have a copy of the poem that was written?
I can get it for you. I don't have it on me, but I can get it for you.
Thank you. And sorry, this is under the manager's report for the limb tasks.
Yes.
So they have increased, and I missed at that time. I'm sorry. Limb tasks for the period have increased by over 600% from 37 the previous year to 224 due to the limbs natural hazards review. So is this something we are undertaking of our own accord internally, the review, or is it customers coming in wanting details?
So, through you, Bishop. So, as part of the review, alongside that, the limbs previously were there was a defined rule where, I'm sure if I'm answering this.
And that's why I wasn't sure whether I should ask you about the limbs.
However, now that all limbs were assigned to environmental health, previously there was a defined rule that only included hazardous substances and health applications.
Okay, so now you have all of them.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That's the increase.
Sorry, Councillor Dobson, then Councillor Duffy.
Obviously, in the last year, a lot more infringements issued for dogs. Do we have any feedback on what the collection rate is like on those infringements?
I don't have those figures right in front of me. All I can assure you, we've made a lot of contacts this year, and the infringements are the last resort when they don't comply.
No, thank you.
Thank you. No, sorry, Councillor Duffy.
Sorry, I should have asked before. Just on the environmental health, I see that from the food verifications, almost a quarter were unacceptable. Are they serious issues, or are they quite easily rectified, or is it a trend, or?
Through Your Worship, no trend. These have been resolved with ongoing monitoring.
Thank you.
Through Your Worship, just going on from Councillor Dobson's comment about the infringements. So the total was 254,000, but once the appeals were assessed, it was reduced significantly to just under 130,000.
There is still some money to be collected by the courts. So yes, there was with appeals and withdraw a number, but the courts are still yet. I don't have that figure on me to collect some finances.
It wasn't so much about the figure as such. My question is really around, was there consistency around the type of appeals? Or the reasons why people...
They were bizarre, far and wide.
Right, okay.
There was definitely a lot of genuine ones there for whatever reason. It could be financial, it could be whatever. So we've worked with them as well to try and get them on side this year, even using Jubilee, who's come forward, have been fantastic to deal with for some of our clients, shall we say, so that we can get the dogs registered. And sorry, I've just had my top teeth sorted out today and a bit slurry. So, it's hard to tell. On general, you get about 50% across the board from other councils as well. On the infringement issue, you usually collect about 50%.
So it's working?
Yes, definitely.
My concern is probably more to the effect that what sort of administration burden does that massive number from 100 something to what is it, 800 something put on us? How are we coping with that?
We're working with them. We're getting so much good feedback from the people now that we're helping to try and get through. And as I said, at the moment we've got, we'll have adjusted by now, but it was 827 people to register before the end of today, so before the penalties go on, which is tomorrow or midnight today. I would suspect that there's going to be another 100 come off that already, and for the infringements were issued in September, so that's another 5 weeks on from where we are now. So we're in a really good position.
Thank you.
And the infringements will be considerably lower.
Thank you.
Thanks, Dave. Thanks, Betty. Adrian, you seem to be let off the hook. I'll ask a question on recurring themes. No issues with goats.
Sorry, I'm getting a bit of variable sound quality up here in Auckland, but was there a specific?
No, just the mere funny for late in the afternoon. But thank you, Betty. Thank you, Dave.
Thank you.
Okay, Elizabeth, hot off the seat for resource planning, which I imagine Adrian will bring around for.
Okay. I'm happy to take the report as read and answer any questions if there's any.
Look at that. Efficiency.
Thank you.
We say no? Happy? Everyone happy?
I'm just wondering whether there was recruitment being undertaken for the plan ahead list.
Sorry, the question again, Councillor?
The recent resignation of one of the graduate consent planners, so are they in the process of being replaced?
They are, so it's open for applicants at the moment.
Thank you. No other questions? You're optimistic. Oh, there we go.
Oh, no, it's a bit too big picture. I'll leave it.
Right, building solutions.
And Michael's online.
And Michael is online, I believe. G'day, Michael.
Good afternoon, Your Worship, councillors. Hopefully you've had a chance to review the A3. I'm not sure if you would have had a chance to review. I did do a supplementary sheet, given the fact we've fallen behind on the last couple of months around our application processing timelines. So I thought it necessary that we needed to bring that to your attention. So welcome any questions that you may have.
Thank you. And I know it's been articulated to councillors the reasons why we've fallen behind, and it's good to actually have this so I'll open the floor to any questions. Doesn't look like there are any, and sorry, Matt, I
don't know if it's, maybe it should have been a question last report or if it's here, but do you know if we've had any eligible uptake on granny flat exemptions on consent? That's right.
Quite minimal, to be honest. We're probably, I think, at the point of around about 6. Happy to check on that. A lot of the original noise from central government triggered people to tell us they were going to do granny flats, including a number of designers. As the legislation actually came into effect and they started to see what hoops they would have to jump through to really save a pretty minimal amount of time and money, they dried up. And then we picked up 2 in the first month, and then they've very slowly dribbled in since then. But most people have come to the conclusion they're actually best to follow the traditional pathways to get that sort of building done.
An interesting one where the expectations set by political promises in Wellington doesn't necessarily translate on the ground. And then I mentioned it before, we sometimes have to deal with consequences of that. No further questions? Oh, thank you, Michael. Thank you, Adrian. Sorry, Julia.
I'm just wondering if we've advised our clients of the delay issues that were moving forward, or was that case basis? What did we issue
Did you hear that question, Michael?
No, sorry, I couldn't quite catch it.
Julie just asked about the communication aspect with our customers around the delays that you've been having with your staffing. She's like, how we're actually managing that piece and
customer expectations.
So once we got to the point we realised we were falling behind, we did an initial communication out to anybody that was over days or at risk of being over days. Since then, we've adapted that with our administration team to be a live document. So anybody that does get close to that, we are trying to communicate with straight away. It just depends on how they're set up when they apply for the consent. Sometimes that we may communicate with the agent, but then we're relying on that agent to then pass it on to the customer. So it's why we're, as we sort of progress to being a better run operation, we want to make sure we have agent and customer details in all the applications, which isn't always the case, because in this instance, it's probably more important to the customer as to there being a delay and why there's been a delay rather than the agent.
Thank you. And I think, it's an important question from Julie, in making sure that we're, even if we haven't put our hand up and say, sorry, but at least we're keeping that communication channel open.
Yes, absolutely.
Cool. No, thank you, Michael. Thank you, Adrian. And thank you to all of Cameron's team, which have now the building, but yeah, those A3s, they could always take a day on each of them, but yeah, it's good information, and yeah, I enjoy going through them. So thank you. That's on the next year. Thank you. Okay, so I will move from the chair that we accept that report. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Wilson. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone against? That is carried. All right, we're getting close to our promised time frame, but we have 2 more reports left. This one is from the Mayor. I know him quite well. I will take this report. I will touch on a couple of things. Obviously, there's quite a bit going on around the reform, which we'll talk about today. I've attached a letter that I sent through the NZTA, this time to the board rather than the political aspect, because what I've found in my advocacy quite often it gets bounced around, and this isn't a NZTA issue, this is a board issue, and so I'm basically approaching all angles, but the reason for the board with this letter was I know that they're meeting at the moment around that kind of funding assistant rate aspect, so I just wanted to make sure that they were fully aware of our situation and the fact that we are definitely an anomaly. And you will have seen a number in there, if you've read the letter, about that predicted kind of roading program that we're looking at, and that number is going to come forward from the staff later on. But your jaw hits the ground when you read that number and you have a look at what we previously were looking at last funding round. And I think we need to keep, I'm not going to stop. I'm going to be the squeakiest wheel that this country's ever seen until we get our fair share of this roading piece. So it's just, yeah, keeping everyone in the loop of where that's at, because it's actually, yeah, it's just something that we can't afford to slow down on at all. And the other piece, I'm off to Auckland, I think it's next week, and I meant to touch on this last time, but we ran out of time with that NIF, so National Infrastructure Funding and Financing Authority through National Infrastructure Commission, where we're looking at that wastewater plant, bespoke, kind of off-the-shelf, pre-consented. So managed to, I think it was a case of keep your friends close, your enemies closer, land up on the governance group for that, and have been very impressed with how that's actually tracking. So I've eaten my words a little bit in terms of their magic solution that they were talking about, and I'm cautiously optimistic that that continued program is going to help. I was so pleased to hear Jeff say earlier on about Balfour, but I think this work will also help to contribute nationally to actually landing on some common sense solutions on the ground. So I'm actually looking forward to that meeting next week. I think I've been really impressed with how that's actually shaping, and the expertise of the people involved in that gives me quite hope. So that's kind of the main things that I've been up to, but are there any other questions for anything on my report, or anything councillors want to update on their mahi that they've been involved in? Cool. There being none, I will. Do we have someone willing to note the information contained in the report? Councillor Somerville, seconded by Councillor Keast. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone against? That is carried. Right, I think we have covered the public agenda.
Yep.
We have one item in our agenda that is in public excluded. So this is item 9.1, the Longwood Geotech proposal. And the reason for this to be in public excluded is withholding this information is necessary to enable the local authority to carry on without prejudice or disadvantage negotiations, including commercial and industrial negotiations. This is part of a subdivision which will be subject to commercial negotiations. So I will move from here. We go into the excluded. I have a second to Councillor Keast. Any discussion on that at all? There being none, that motion is carried. Thank you.